Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and welcome to our Sunday Fun Day show, everyone. I hope everybody is having a good weekend. I will tell you, I am attempting to have a better weekend today. I have tooth pain still. As you guys know, this week was really tough for me. And I am attempting to figure out a way to not have to lower hours on the show. We've been doing very slow lately, and I don't want to cut out any days. Obviously the trial's 5 days, and then all I really do is Sunday, essentially giving me the only day off as Saturday. So I'm attempting to not have to cut out any days, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope you guys are having a better weekend than I am. That's for sure. Let's all remember too that, oh, thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. I would love all that sunshine from Florida. And I've been to Vero Beach. It's very nice. I loved when I visited there. I intend on visiting again someday, but Vero Beach was beautiful. So let's hope that y'all are having a better weekend than I'm trying to change the bubble. I'm sorry. This is StreamYard for me. Like, even though the money, I took the money this morning for StreamYard, which it cost a pretty penny. Yeah, then we have like a holiday weekend, right? Like, and then on top of that, let's remember Friday, there's not going to be court. Thursday is going to be a half a day. Like, this judge is really getting on my nerves. This obviously is not right now. Fanny is not right now. I'm sort of letting it. Yes, I got my conspiracy chairs. I so very appreciate them. I said thank you a million times over to Alma who got them for me. They are amazing. I love them. And my husband is currently putting them together right now outside. So I cannot wait for them to be put together so I can go sit in them later on and have a coffee. So yes, there's the conspiracy chairs came. I am super excited about those. I kid you not. And my awesome friend Tracy bought me the Blackstone for Mother's Day. It's a grill, and hubby's got to put that together today too. And I've actually never owned my own grill before, so I'm a little excited about the grill and the chairs. We have a huge yard, but no way to enjoy said yard. Except the conspiracy chairs that just came, which are beautiful, and the grill. So now at least we'll be able, at least the two adults in the household, if other people bring chairs, they can enjoy it. I intend on trying to get there's I think it's 6 pieces or something at Walmart for like $107 online. I'm going to attempt to see if I can affirm it. I don't know. Last time I tried to affirm, they were like, yeah, no, your credit score sucks. You can't do that. But it's like $107, and it's like 4 chairs, a table, and then the umbrella. So, I mean, fingers crossed, because at least then I would have places for people to sit. I have not seen that movie, but now I have to write that down because you told me about it, and now I'm probably going to want to see it. I like those sort of deep intellectual movies where you have to figure it out and it's not easy to guess. Like, those are the ones that I like. Those ones make you have to think, right? Where's my floofy pen? Do you guys see my floofy pen? I specifically brought my floofy pen in here, and now I don't see it. Give me 1 second. I want my floofy pen. I just had my floofy pen. Found it. I found my floofy pen. Okay. So we have our floofy pen. Boop. So I just wanted to, there is, if the judge had given us any, I have it now, yes. Any idea, okay, that we were going to have a half a day on, good morning, Scorpio, on Friday, maybe we could have guessed correctly on the amount of sidebars. She isn't doing us any favors, you guys, that's for sure. And I don't appreciate it, Mrs. Canoni. I don't appreciate your bullshit-taki. And I would appreciate it if you would start being a fair judge and not just giving things to the defense because it looks or sounds good. But I've talked to many people over the last day. They're like, yeah, she doesn't look so good for her. And hey, let's all remember that Ronnie, the old juror from the first trial, has been doing his media rounds since the last trial ended, because apparently I feel like that's just what he wanted the entire time, because none of the other jurors have wanted to step forward, probably because they don't want to be harassed into oblivion. And he said the other day, sorry, I need to move my light, that with the clips, he would now say he would vote for a conviction now. I agree with you, Belichis. I agree with you 100%. The prosecution has proved that she was driving drunk and shouldn't have been. And she proved it with her own lips, with her own mouth, y'all. She literally said, oh crap, you know what I forgot to do? I am literally just remembering this now, but I totally forgot to post to the Facebook groups. Oh my God, I feel so bad. Some people are always like, make sure you post so we know. And then I literally space caded it out. I feel like I never have enough hours in the day to do everything I need to or want to do. I literally feel like I eat, sleep, and breathe just doing something, like even in my sleep at this point. So I'm going to just share this link real quick with at least one of the Facebook groups, because I feel terrible that I forgot to do it this morning. I never forget to do it usually. Never. Like, I don't trust him either, Allie, but I do believe that they have proven at least two of the prongs at this point. And I think that you can see the pressure's on. You can see that they know, like Karen knows. I mean, her yelling at Alessi the other day, like, you can just tell, like, that they already know, like, it is not going well for them. I also want to send a shout out to another one of our viewers that sent me 3 lovely gifts from my wish list and a 4th for my little, which was really nice of her. She didn't have to do that. That was very, very nice. And she sent me my pink salt and pepper shakers that match my, they're called like farm style, but they match my butter dish, my pink butter dish, and they match my measuring cups and measuring spoons, which are the same style. And I love them. And then it was a 3-piece cutting board set, and I didn't have any cutting boards. As you guys know, I just moved into this place just a few months ago, and my family experienced homelessness, and that's been really hard. That was really hard. And so there's a lot of things that we have yet to accumulate, the cutting boards being one of those things. So I'm super grateful to have those 3 different size cutting boards from Paris Hilton nonetheless, and they're pink and white, of course, to match my my love of the color pink. And my daughter's been trying to like build like a Barbie grocery store, shall we say, for her Barbies. And it had 2 little mini carriages and 2 little mini baskets. And it came with 1 shelf and a refrigerator and a freezer and like little, mini bottles of soda and like pieces of pretend food. And so we have one part of that grocery store, like that whole set put together. And now we just got to get some more shelves until I put other things on my wish list for her that will like make up the entirety of her dream of a Barbie grocery store. So we were putting that together, and she loved it so much. She wanted to say thank you herself. So she sent a little voice, but she said, Mommy, can I please say thank you to her myself? I said, yes. So I let her send a little voice note saying thank you. She was very super. Listen, I would totally listen. I if it's pink, it's mine, right? Like, I don't care. If it's pink, it's mine, right? I'll totally take it. And then the third item that she got me, which again, she didn't have to get 3 things. It was very, very nice of her, was pink and white. They're kitchen towels, kitchen pot holders, and the oven mitts, 2 of them each. And the funny part about it is, and I didn't even realize this when I put it on my list, it says on them, happiness is homemade. And I have like a decal on my wall in my kitchen that says happiness is homemade. And then it's like a pink pot and it has like hearts coming out of it. And it literally matches perfectly with that. And I just want to say thank you publicly, because it was a very nice gift. I very well appreciate it. Sometimes the show doesn't do so well with 8 hours, the 8-hour shows are literally killing us. When it comes to like covering costs and then even trying to make an attempt to make something on top of that has been extremely difficult. And so, you suck it up, you take the wins with the losses. And I don't want to cut Sunday's show, because it's kind of my favorite, like we don't always have to focus we're going to focus obviously on what's going on in the trial, but like we get to like share other experiences, talk about other things, have some laughs, and we don't have to stop when they come back. You know, we can watch some clips. We can, you know, we can do our thing. And that's why I appreciate the Sunday show. But we're just going to keep our fingers crossed that we draw in some more viewers, and maybe, just maybe YouTube will approve at some point and we can bring memberships in, which might help a little. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed that that happens, because it's getting all sticky. YouTube is extremely slow. The only thing about YouTube is, and I don't know if any of you know this, most of you who have run a channel probably do, but it's YouTube likes to take their cut when it comes through YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. They take like 50 to 60% of things that come in through YouTube itself. So it actually is better for the creator for it to be just their regular forms if you're talking about just straight money to the creator. But it's good for the channel in and itself to grow, to have the monetization, because I feel like the algorithm sort of picks it up faster, pushes it out to other people faster. And we want other people to find us. We have an amazing community of very smart people here. And I pride myself on how much we use the content of you guys, your comments and the things that you guys want to talk about. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like hey, Penny, that I pride myself in being able to have these conversations with you guys and like talk to you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do pay taxes. A lot of it goes through my PayPal. And so PayPal takes their cut and then they send me a tax form at the end of the year. Same with Venmo and Cash App. And then I file as a sole proprietorship, because that's what I am. I'm a one-man show here. So I file as a sole proprietor. You try to write off what you can, obviously, all the costs that you have. You keep receipts. If you ever try to start a business, keep your receipts for everything. Anything you can write off on your taxes, keep it, because it's going to matter when you go to do those taxes and they want X amount of dollars from you. If they want X amount of dollars from you, most times in the beginning of starting a business, they expect you to lose. I think it's the first 3 or 4 years they expect you to lose, which is like sad. That's kind of a bleak outlook on like people who want to start businesses. Like, oh, hey, we expect you to lose money in the first, but it's the operating costs. You know what I mean? Like, to start a business, you have to do the costs associated with said business. And then, you know, your overhead. Yeah, that's it. I knew I was right. 3 years. You're right, Penny. 3 years. I knew I was right. It sounded right in my head. 3 years. I am so ready for that tech stream data. Bella, I am so ready for it. Is anybody else ready for that tech stream data? Because I'll tell you, I am so ready for that tech stream data and see the extra stuff they found this time versus what they had last time. I am freaking dying to know what they have. What it seems to me, and I have, you know, reached out to my sources on this, is that we will not be probably hearing from Brian Higgins or Brian Albert in this trial. And I don't think we'll hear from some other, you know, people in the family. I don't think we'll hear from Chris Albert. I don't think, because it doesn't, I mean, what would that, I mean, he wasn't even at the house. So what purpose does that serve? Although I would love to hear him talk about Nevercracker again. That was probably the best clip ever, is Chris talking about Nevercracker. Because he's like, you mean the cartoon character? Like, you're taking an inside joke amongst friends and trying to make it like something crazy. Like, that's insane. But don't expect to hear from Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, because I just don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't think so. Yeah, 4 times a year you got to pay taxes, and like a quarterly, that's what they call it. But I pride myself on that, because I want Arca 2, Jane. That's going to be real interesting. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be very interesting. Like, hey, Maestro, I appreciate you. We missed you, my friend. I haven't seen you. I missed you. Karen's own words are sinking your ship here. You know, I appreciate you, Jesse. That's a really nice thing to say. You know, they flip everything, Penny. They flip everything. Anything and everything they can gets flipped completely, you know? Like, well, that's the problem, is they ignore it or make it a conspiracy, right? What did we have the other day in my notes? Let's check Elise's handy dandy notebook, like Blue's Clues. I just found some conspiracies. Let's look and see what we got. my new song about conspiracies. Thanks to Blues Clues, we have one now. All right, what do we got? We got conspiracy berms, because that's a conspiracy. We have conspiracy stickers. We have conspiracy stickers, y'all. Okay. Remember the stickers on the bumper? Those were conspiracy stickers. We have inverted conspiracy hairs. We have those. We have those. We have those. What else we got? Hold on. I got notes all over the place in this notebook. Seriously. We have, we have the conspiracy machine. I remember that. Where is that written? I have it. The conspiracy. Let's see. What is this? It's got to be on the other side of this page. Oh, Alessi looks like Harold in the purple crayon. I have that written down because somebody said that, and that was pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. Oh, and the fact you guys remember the other day that Alessi thought damage analysis for like the DNA people meant like that they were like analyzing the car damage. Like, no, that's not what it means, sir. Like, so we had to flip through like 3 pages of questions because he didn't realize like that for DNA analysts, the damage analysis is not about the car. That was pretty funny. What else we got for conspiracies? Well, we know we got a conspiracy couch. We know we have that from them. We have conspiracy couches. We have the conspiracy stickers, the conspiracy berm, the conspiracy snow. The snow was a good one. The conspiracy sneaker. The conspiracy sneaker. Don't forget about the conspiracy sneaker, everyone. All right. The conspiracy Lucas machine, which is the machine that like breathes for you. You know, Alessi wanted the machine to be the one that created the ulcers in John's stomach and not the hypothermia. So, you know, that was such a stupid thing to say. When I saw him, he didn't look mortally wounded. Exactly. How would she know unless she saw him? It's such a great point. Hey, TB2. Like, the data is really, at this point, what's starting to sink her ship. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I heard that. And I'm guessing we were supposed to hear from the ring expert this last week. And I think that day off and the half day must have pushed that back. So I'm expecting to hear from them beginning of next week, or maybe the middle because it's been pushed off. But I'm expecting to hear from them. Maestro is popular. Want to know why? Because Maestro is awesome and part of the Twisted family. No, somebody asked me this morning how I was and if I was feeling better. And, my answer is the same, same shit, different toilet. You just got to keep pushing on no matter how shitty things might get or feel, right? Oh my God. We also have conspiracy. Blame it on Chief Berkowitz, who is no longer with us. He has passed away. I think it was last year he passed away. It was not a long time ago. I don't even think it was a full year ago that he passed away. So, like, that's just crazy to me. Like, why? Just why? Like, why are you going to blame the man that's not even alive anymore? Like, what does he have to do with anything? He has nothing. Sorry, my little was looking for something. I always check my text messages real time because sometimes it's information that we need to know. When is their Dedham standout? Does anybody know? Is that today? Like today? Let's hope not, Also, in all of the commotion this morning and me getting ready for this, I didn't people put the stupidest comments. I swear to God, I'm like, literally, what? Like, what? I literally can't with some of these people, but let's put, I totally forgot to put the ticker up. my brain is on overload, I feel like, from this week. Conspiracy voicemails. I wish it was Monday, Jack. No, it's not. I'm going to play a clip in a little bit of something on this real quick. But, I mean, you're going to blame Chief Berkowitz? Like, the man's not even alive anymore. You know what I'm saying? He's not even alive anymore. And you want to blame him. Like, it's just a chief doing his job, man. And you didn't hear about Chief Berkowitz a million times in the first trial. You might have heard his name a couple times, but not the way they're trying to be like, well, did Chief Berkowitz do X, Y, or Z? And I mean, we clearly know at this point, they're not calling in Brian Higgins. They're not calling in Brian Albert because otherwise one of them would have read those messages. So, I mean, I question whether they even bring in Michael Proctor at this point. I question if he's going to be brought in, because why else would you be having other people read all of the other messages and Proctor, but you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't you bring him in to testify for himself? I don't know. But I do know it seems as if we're not going to hear anything from Brian Higgins or Brian Albert as it looks right now. So, yep, conspiracy DNA. Penny's hit that on the head. Thank you, Aaron. You know what I'm saying? Try to have 3 people keep a secret for a month. See how well that goes over. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about 50, 60, 100, 150 people keeping a secret and a conspiracy for 3 years or more? 4? Come on, stop it. Yeah, that was the new conspiracy, that Higgins was carrying Chloe at the CPD. Like, it's too bad Chloe is alive and well, huh? Doesn't that just blow that conspiracy right out the water? Like, so ridiculous. Like, thank you, TB2. I appreciate it if you guys do hit the like button. That's always super helpful. If you can, share the video, subscribe. Sometimes if YouTube thinks that your profile is spam, it will actually unsubscribe you to things you subscribe to. So always make sure that it still says subscribed. And if you're like not getting notifications when I go live, like that could be one of the reasons why. So just, you know, make sure. I think this is the part where they play the clip, and that's where we're trying to get to. Let me just unmute for a second. Oh, there's Karen's dad. I mean, this was Friday, so look at how enthused he looks. Guy always looks like he needs a neck pillow. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, conspiracy voicemails. I can't even say it anymore. Penny, you are right. And the timeline is just so beautifully put together. It's like there is no room for conspiracies in that timeline, you know? Oh, yeah, the text messages, Karen probably didn't really write them. That's the next thing, right? Like, oh, she was drinking water, except she's the one who blew that out of the water by saying she put shots in her drinks because they weren't strong enough. Like, Monday is a full day, yes. Yeah, someone else did it. Can't be her. Has to be everybody else but her. It's amazing, you know? Oh, you don't got to tell me I'm waking up like every half hour. I'm exhausted and headache that comes with the tooth pain. I had to buy a whole new bottle of Advil because we ran out of Advil, like 2 at a time. And then if it gets worse, they said I could take a 3rd. Like, I have a dentist appointment Monday, not until after trial, but I have a dentist appointment Monday anyway. So hopefully they can figure out what the hell's going on because it hurts. Thank you, Dougie. Yep, conspiracy butt dials. You are right about that. Oh my God, the court officer having to babysit him. It's like so ridiculous. Like, you can't even behave yourself long enough for them to not have to babysit you. Like, here's the thing. In all the years I have sat in on trials, dug deep into trials, I literally have never seen them make a court officer sit with a defendant's family member. Usually they just get tossed if there's an issue. This just shows you the lengths that the judge is willing to go to. Like, she can't appeal on the fact that her father was thrown out of the courtroom for not behaving, right? Like, once again, the judge panders to the defense. But I do think she'll have quite a few words to say to Karen if she's found guilty. And in my book, in my head, I believe she'll be found guilty for at least one of the 3 things, if not all 3 things, you know? Yep, there will be no court next Friday, a half a day Thursday, but the other days are supposed to be full days. But then the week after is Memorial Day on that Monday. So there's no court that day either. So basically it's half a day Thursday, no Friday, obviously no Saturday, no Sunday, and no Monday. So it'll be almost a full week before they resume said trial. So whoever gets the last word in on that one, it's going to be kind of important, you know, if a point is made, at least. If a point is actually made. Hey, Sky Girl. She has her faces and her mannerisms, but again, she couldn't control them in the first trial. I don't think she was ever going to be able to control them in the second trial. She has no control. You know what I'm saying? Like none. I'm not so sure the defense is going to call them either. I'm not so sure the defense is going to call them either. When it comes to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, I don't think they're going to. Maybe Michael Proctor, but I do not think that they're going to call Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. I know there's two ways you could argue that. There is a need and there isn't a need. Like, you know what I mean? No, they really don't. Listen, it doesn't stop, not even for one day, not for a holiday, not for nothing. Literally for no reason whatsoever. It just never stops. Like, well, the defense can't call Jen. She was already called. They could cross-examine her, like they did. But I do not think they're calling Higgins or Albert because there's a reason why the Commonwealth isn't. You know what I'm saying? Like so conspiracy crime labs. Yep. Graves right. Conspiracy crime labs. Like, oh yeah. I mean, yeah, they do. It's exactly what they do. So she can eat at the best places and stay at the best places. Ew. Gross. Of course she was. You know, they spend hours watching my streams to clip out like a little tiny piece and then be like, oh, she's an idiot. She's wrong. Funny enough, I'm not the one who's usually wrong, am I? Most of you who watch me know that. Like, my daughter is a German Shepherd. It's one of her service animals. And yeah, they have two sets, you know, like top and bottom. Like, hi, DJ. Well, that's the thing. Like, the bite that they claim that Chloe bit someone, they don't even actually know which dog it was that bit the lady because she put her hand in the middle of the two dogs fighting and she doesn't even know which one of the dogs bit her. Well, first of all, don't put your hand in the middle of dogs fighting each other. Secondly, she didn't even know which dog it was that bit her. So, yeah, a neck pillow because you got like baby neck, like newborn baby neck where like obviously you have to hold their neck, but like or when they're first learning how to like keep their head up and they're just like weeble wobble and they bobble around like do 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 do. That's what Mr. Reed looks like. Or slap. Or that. Oh, Formula One's on. My dad used to love watching that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're gonna see them. Proctor, I'm up in the air on, but I am pretty confident with the information that I got that we're not going to hear from Proctor. I mean, that we're not going to hear from Higgins or Albert. So that's just my take on it. Happy Sunday. Yeah, he was mad. That's for sure. And Karen looks like she wasn't too happy with Alessi. Not that I would be any happy with Alessi, to be fair. I would not be happy with Alessi ever, to be honest. Not ever. Like, I don't think he does a good job at all ever. And I don't know why anybody would think that he does. Like, oh, we got our first donation of the show from Penny. It's $20 donation. Thank you, Penny, so much. She said, great work, Lise. Thank you so much, Penny. I appreciate that, my friend. We can take all the help we can get. That's for sure. Oh, we have another one from Kristen. Thank you, Kristen. She'll love the Sunday stream. Best wishes. Thank you so much. Trying to make sure I don't miss nobody. That's that for Venmo. Guess I'll check PayPal real quick. If you want to make a donation to the channel, we also have a link that you can do so with just debit or credit. Just let me know and I'll put it in the chat if you need it. Otherwise, we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. And we have Revolut for those of you who are out of country. It works for all sorts of places around the world. And then we have the Apple Pay link and we have the link for just credit or debit if you don't have any of those options and you still want to. And also we have the good old, some people prefer the Amazon wish list, which is cool. I just put something on there for the Blackstone. It's like all the things that go with it, like the, the spatulas and the all the things you need to cook different things on it. That's on there. I do have to like go look at it because things go out of stock, and like you gotta, take stuff off when they go out of stock because it just sits there. All that fun stuff. All right, let's see. Check my email real quick. My phone is so slow. It's like molasses. No overnight geniuses. Just us. We're the overnight geniuses. We're geniuses all the time. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. Look, it's my dental appointment that popped up this morning to tell me that I had tomorrow afternoon. Well, thank you, dental place. I appreciate you for sending me an email and reminding me. That's it. Seems like okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. Alrighty. I forgot to put my phone on ring too. That's my bad. Like, we do have a lot of the things you can see in Discord. A lot of the time, we have so many people that keep up so well with this. There's always someone on our Discord. So there's like always information coming in, going there, screenshots of things. So if you don't have like X, oftentimes somebody else will just screenshot it and send it there so we can all see it, which is nice because I try to stay off of X. It's kind of like a cesspool, but obviously I have to check messages and stuff, but I do my very best to just stay off of X and just check my messages, I think she definitely is a little more, angry. Exactly, Jennifer. A little more angry this time. The eye rolls, the smirks. She was smug last time too, but not nearly as smug as she is now, Object. She was telling him to object to what? I mean, the fact that she literally thinks she's a lawyer now, there was nothing for him to object to. That's the funny part. Like, you can't object. Like, there's nothing to object to. You know what I mean? I wonder if this is the clip because Hank plays it at the beginning. So let's see. Unmute it real quick. This is where Hank plays the clip. I don't think the judge will go easy on her at sentencing if she's found guilty. I honestly think the judge is going to have a few things to say.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Benoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court.
Hey, B. Harley.
Draw near, give your attendance.
They are obsessed. It's like really sad. Oh my God, Penny, you might be right. So glad she did it. He's a gangster. It was him.
Good morning again, counsel.
Thank you, Anna. I know, right? The court reporter's in on it. She's giving baseball signs and whatnot.
Appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those three questions.
Thank you, Anna.
Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since
all right,
we left
Kadami,
yesterday?
get it over with.
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Were
you
I don't
also
think it's
able
harsh
to
at this
follow my
point.
instructions and refrain from doing any
In the beginning,
independent
maybe.
research or investigation?
Not now, not after the
into
lives
this
she's
case?
destroyed willingly,
Everyone
knowingly,
said
and on
yes
purpose,
nodded affirmatively.
which was
Did
more than just
anyone
John's.
happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
He's obsessed with her because she's the only one who stepped forward
I
to
have
say
one
he did
other
something
important
wrong and he was
instruction
arrested
for
and sent to
you
jail
folks.
for it.
It's
That's why he's
so
so obsessed
important
with her
that
because
each
he's
and
angry.
every
He
juror
wants
can
revenge.
hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk. Don't make any facial expressions. No muttering under your breath. No audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that. And out of respect to the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay, thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please?
There is no time served anyway. She hasn't served any time, so she's not going to get any time served. We are, I believe, going to hear from one of the women from
Yes.
Aruba.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
Oh, this was
And
good.
the stipulation
Missed
between the
it.
parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant, in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. the 2 Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Thank you. Was not Michael Proctor in that picture.
Yes, thank you.
The picture they showed the day before.
With that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip
the
number 21.
Okay. Oh,
Here's the clip. My grandmother used to say that, find a penny, pick it up, all day long you'll have good luck. When my grandpa died, she used to say he was sending pennies from heaven. And I like to believe that's true.
Can the jurors hear better with that on?
I think she'll get more than 15 if she's found guilty on that.
So John's laying there, and his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Now, if you are not breathing and you have no signs of life, you're not gushing blood, right? And also we know that Kerry Roberts was the one that cleaned the snow off of John's face. So how did Karen pluck a piece of glass out of his nose with Kerry right there and Kerry didn't see it? It just doesn't make sense unless she saw him before that. And when would that have been? You know what I'm saying? That's the big question in my eyes. When would that have been? Like, you know, like, I mean, the only thing that I can say about the not at purpose, Jesse, is you don't back up at 24 miles an hour by accident. That's my big thing. I don't think she premeditated it, which means planned it months in advance, days in advance. I think it was heat of the moment. That's premeditation. But on purpose, I mean, you don't back up at 24 miles an hour with 75% acceleration and move your wheel 5 degrees towards where a person would be walking by accident. Those are the things that are like, I can't say that that's not on purpose. That's, you do those things clearly on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's sweet. Well, that's it. He only has to prove that, you know, the defendant. I mean, she proves it in her own words. Like, you want evidence? I mean, have you, let me just ask you this. Have you, like, are you just getting into this case, like right now? Like, is there anything you have reviewed in evidence? I'm not talking about people just telling you things. I'm saying, like, have you looked into the pieces of evidence yourself? Like, and again, the conspiracy not only is mind-numbingly ridiculous, but again, anybody who comes to me and says, well, Proctor didn't do a good investigation, blah, blah, blah. I say take everything that Proctor ever touched out then, if you want. And you're still left with John's phone data and Karen's car data, which shows Karen backed up 24 miles an hour, 60 feet, with 75% acceleration, turned her wheel 5 degrees, and then John's phone stops moving forever, seconds later, and his phone temperature battery goes down and down and down and down until they find him after 6 and are trying to save his life, and his phone gets moved. That battery temp starts going up and it starts moving. Those 2 pieces of evidence alone are a snapshot in time. It's as good to me as a video of those things happening. We'll probably never know. We can guess what position he might have been in when he was hit. But you don't even have to take the taillight. You can throw the taillight out the window for all I care. John's phone stops moving forever with him where he's found and doesn't move again with the phone temperature battery going down and down and down until they find him after 6, which means he had been laying there that entire time from 12:32 and some seconds until they found him at 6. So the only other explanation is somebody beat John right there in front of Karen and she just took off while she watched it. And that is not what the defense is saying. So there's only one option left. If you couple those with Karen's own words of the things that she has said, she has admitted to driving drunk and she shouldn't have been on the road. She has admitted to not drinking water as other people wanted to claim and doubling up her drinks with a shot inside of it because it was too weak for her. I think she should have a harsher sentence for the lives that she has destroyed, including and altered, including mine. Everyone wants justice, but what she did to so many innocent people's lives is deplorable, disgusting, inhumane. No one should have to deal with what I deal with regularly for just speaking truth, for just being willing to stand up for what the facts are. No one, absolutely no one. And there's more than just me, make that known. There's a lot of people who have to deal with it on a daily basis. And it isn't okay. She went far beyond defending herself in a vigorous defense into now we're blaming people who have passed away like Chief Berkowitz. That's unimaginable. Can you imagine the pain his family is feeling? Not only did they lose him last year, but now they have a defense throwing a finger at a dead man who is a chief of police in Canton who had done nothing wrong his entire career. You know, he just frames Karen Reed out of nowhere. Doesn't know who she is, but yeah, let's just frame her. Screw it. Like, it makes no logical sense. Hold on one second, guys. My little needs something. She said it's too hot outside. She was outside with Dad. She said it's too hot outside. I need to get another air conditioner. The car data and John's phone data are solid evidence. And I hope that you realize that witness statements, including the defendant's statements, are evidence. They are evidence in a trial. They are evidence. They're considered evidence in a trial. But once you can still take her words out of it, and you can take that phone data and you can take that car data, give me another option. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, girl. I'm a little jealous, Sarah. That sounds good. That sounds so good. I can't wait to throw some of that stuff on my grill. That would be great. Like, I'm not following. You're saying both sides basically say the same shit about this case, but that's not true, is it? I'm pointing out actual pieces of evidence. Actual pieces of evidence. They go on pure speculation and pointing fingers without pieces of evidence. And the pieces of evidence that do point to their dear Karen, they either ignore and put their fingers in their ears and go la 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 la, or just ignore outright and act like it doesn't exist. That is not what we do here. We've gone over the evidence about 1 billion times. And you can argue about Michael Proctor until the cows come home. But they went back 5 years on Michael Proctor's phone. They did not find anything about a cover-up or anything of any sort of, well, we got to hide this, or we got to do this, or we got to meet here. Nothing existed of that sort. Not a damn thing. They found nothing. A federal investigation cleared these people and the witnesses. Do you want to know the only person it didn't clear? The only person it wasn't looking at originally, which was Karen herself. The only one. Like, I know, right? Like, insane. Like, I do feel like the jury would have to have it explained to them that you don't need murder. You don't need intent for murder too in Massachusetts, because I think that's a huge misconception that people don't realize that you don't need intent for murder too in Massachusetts for what she's being charged with. Like, I'm not going to waste my time trying to to anybody. We've been over the evidence 75 times. If you're going to choose to look at the evidence and then say, what evidence, then there's no convincing you. You're just ignoring it. That's really what it boils down to. If I hand you the evidence and I say, go look at this evidence, and you choose not to, or you choose to say, la, 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 or then your response is, what evidence? I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's you just willfully being ignorant, and I don't have time for willful ignorance. Now, if you actually have real life questions, sure, I'll answer them. But what I'm not going to do is answer them and then have the response of, well, answer this. And then I answer that question and then nothing. And then I answer another question and then nothing. But you still can't answer just a simple one question of mine, which is, tell me any other scenario that fits with that car data and his phone data. Any other scenario. Because as you guys notice, every time I ask that question to someone, we don't get an answer, do we? I agree with you, Dougie, that I think that there may be further charges down the road. I believe. It probably was a screenshot zoomed in, right? That's what I'm guessing. Like, if I spell it on YouTube, will send me. Ah, damn it. God damn it, Carol. We'll just have to try to figure it out. Well, that's the thing. I mean, Jesse, why don't you tell me your story about how you got here? You know what I'm saying? You did your legwork, right? You came here, you listened to the channel, you got pointed out some pieces of evidence, you went back, you looked at those things, and you came back. Took the noise out of it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I love you, Allie. If Hank was dating for him to have to turn the AC up. Then she turned into a starfish. I love it. Yeah, I mean, she said he gushed blood, right? That's what she said. I mean, come on now. Like, I don't know. He probably didn't, but it's not supposed to be labeled like that. That's for sure. So I hope that there's a remedy to that. If he didn't catch it, he will, because I'm sure someone will send him a voicemail, a email to tell him. You know what I'm saying? I think it should be murder too, although I do think it needs to be explained to them what murder 2 includes. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't have a feeling it would be a hung jury again. Not with the DM. I mean, even Ronnie, the juror from the first trial, is now saying he would lean towards conviction now with their own clips. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think that someone should be put in jail for life for hitting someone? Her car data literally shows what happened in John's phone data. Unless somebody beat him up right there in front of her and then she drove away, there is no other explanation for those 2 sets of data alone. Then if you couple them with the rest of the data and evidence, it presents an even worse picture, along with Karen Reed's contradicting constant comments. Dr. Turek did take responsibility for what he did. I think it was 15. He got 15, right, Julie? Was it 15? I think it was something around 15 years he got. Of course they're not. That's half their I mean, here's the thing. Dog teeth don't have gaps like this. I mean, the fact that people like, it looks like a dog bite. I have a dog, it looks like a dog bite. Like, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Also, they are categorized as scrapes. So people think they seem to think that they're a lot deeper than they actually are. And I wonder whose fault that is. Maybe the defense in the beginning putting filters on it, so they darkened it to make it look like it was deeper. They're literal scrapes and scratches. They're not deep enough to have been any sort of no puncture wounds whatsoever. Like, well, that's exactly right. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, right? Like, I believe his feet were closest to the road. I believe his feet were closest to the road and his head above his feet. So, well, I mean, she's got to blame someone, but those impact statements, I'm going to be, listen, if we get to that point and those impact statements are read, just know that I will probably most likely have to shut my camera off and cry like a big baby, because I know what they've been through. I know what they've been through, and no one should have to deal with that stuff. No one. Imagine the amount of years that they've been dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they labeled it. Can we split the baby? Right? Just cut it in half. Like, that's what we're doing. Like, Stacy said she believes her when she said she slow rolled away, hoping to get him to stop her. Manipulation. John was checking his text from Jen seconds before Karen hit him. Jealous rage, murder too. Well, exactly it. There didn't need to be premeditation, and I don't believe there was until that very second that she did it. Right? Right? Like, yeah, head to flagpole. That's what I understand, is that his feet were. So, like, where he was, there's like mulch. There's like a mulch bed because there's like bushes and then like mulch. So, and grass. So he's like on the edge of where the mulch and the grass are, where these bushes and trees are, sort of on like the property line of 32 and 34 Fairview. So, I mean, we're talking about 18 degrees outside at the time. 18 degrees. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I just told you what to go look at. I just told you to go look at her car data. Go look at the car data evidence. And once again, we shall repeat it. Her car backed up 24 point, it was either 2 or 3 miles per hour, 60 feet. All right. Within seconds and turning her wheel 5 degrees at 75% acceleration. Now, that data was done in a chip on, chip off by the defense expert last trial. The defense expert got that data. So, I mean, they're going to argue their defense expert didn't tampered with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Never mind the fact that you can't change that data. So there's that. And then seconds later, John's phone stops moving forever in the spot. He is later found with his phone. And that temperature on his phone battery goes lower and lower and lower and lower until he is then found at 6. It goes back up and his phone stops moving. It starts moving again after he is moved, obviously. The ME said it could have been anything. Her role is to determine one of 3 things, whether it's a suicide, a homicide, or undetermined. There were too many possibilities for her, so it was undetermined. It's that simple. Her job is not to investigate it. Her job's not to find the evidence to prove it. If you're going on an ME and only an ME, that gives me grave concern. It's not an ME's job to solve the crime, okay? It's not her job. She sees the body in the first, 90 days, usually way sooner, does an autopsy, and that's it. That's it. Like, much more information usually comes out much later in lots and lots of cases. It is not her job to decide what happened. It's her job to figure out, were there any, inside injury? Was there, what was his outside of his body injury? Like, that's it. Her job is not to determine who did it and when or why. So she did not say she didn't think he was hit by a car. She said that could be a possibility. When they asked her if he could have been clipped by that car and fell and hit his head, she said that was a possibility. What she said in the first trial was that his head injury didn't come from the car itself, which nobody has ever claimed. Nobody has ever claimed that his head injury came from hitting his head on the car. No one has ever claimed that. She is saying that by hitting him, yes, he could have fallen and hit his head. That could have done it. But being hit, that head injury did not come from just being hit by the car itself. Which, again, nobody has ever claimed that it did. See, it really starts to get me when people don't listen. If that's what you took out of that, then you didn't actually listen to anything that was said. You heard what you wanted to hear, or you picked up talking points from people who said, oh, that one little part, see what she said there, see what she said, didn't take it in its full context, or what she said afterwards, which was not in a single event, which means the car didn't hit him and he didn't hit his head on the car. That's not what she thinks happened. And that's not what anybody thinks happened. Nobody has ever said that that's what they think happened at all. Not by a long shot. Contrary to that, actually. Oh, do you have any dogs to show us, Dr. Russell? They might need to be sedated if you're going to be around them. You're very afraid. Oh, you poor thing, Anthony from Ohio. You poor thing. Why are you here then? Let me ask you that. Why are you here? For what reason? Like, let's get real. You're here just to troll, then bye. Have a nice day. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. I don't have time. Oh, the ninjas. That was a good one with Jodi Arias. It was the ninjas, guys. It was the ninjas. It was the ninjas. Like, I'm pretty sure that we're talking about Anthony. But if you're going to look at the evidence presented so far, you can't just look at the things that people are telling you. Like, you need to go look at it. I told you what to go look at. Now you have to do the legwork of going back and looking at that car data, because it's going to be brought up again here. Except now it's going to be brought up in the context of the things that she has said herself, which don't add up. She has contradicted her own statements numerous times. Right. They don't seem to understand that there was no probable cause for a search. You have somebody on the lawn screaming, I hit him. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. There's probable cause went right out the window right then and there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that taillight was out at 5 a.m. She herself said she picked a piece out of it, right? Dropped it on John's driveway. How? Right? How? Okay, once again, Rhett, I'm sorry to inform you of this, but reasonable doubt is not any doubt. People seem to think that reasonable doubt means any tiny little piece of doubt whatsoever. That's not the way reasonable doubt works, my friend. And also, if you think that there's reasonable doubt everywhere and there isn't a ton of evidence about like against her, then I think you're delusional at this point. If you can't concede to the fact that her own statements contradict each other and the evidence, then I think you're delusional, literally. Like, if you can't concede to one little part of this being real bad for her, then that's delusional. Like, it's not normal to even say, like, I mean, Sarah Lynn has been with us for a long time here. And she might think that, you know, Karen might, you know, not be found guilty or shouldn't be found guilty, but she listens and she asks questions and she's respectful. And she definitely concedes when something is not so good for Karen. She doesn't sit there and go, oh, nope, it's all made up and Karen. Like, she couldn't have done it. There's so much reasonable doubt. She concedes when something is bad for Karen. Like, it is normal not to have central air. Not everybody, yeah. It's central air isn't a thing up here. If you have central air, like, you're super lucky. She's right. It is. It's hot. I get the fan going above my head. So, well, that's the thing. We know that the 2:27 a.m. search has been debunked numerous times. So we know that that's not even close to being true. You know, Dr. Russell, you are the smartest person in all of the country. You said, right? You said that, right? You are an absolute genius, ma'am. Absolute genius. You are a freaking genius. Like, so smart. But don't worry. They will definitely make sure that the dog is sedated for you. You know what I mean? Like, hold on one second. Well, that is ridiculous. Oh my God, Ellen, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Why didn't you text me? By the way, I apologize because Ellen texted me yesterday. I woke up late for the first time in weeks. I had actually slept in. I don't usually sleep in. As Ellen knows, I'm usually up by like 6:45-ish, and I slept in late. And then I left my phone at home. Went to Walmart with my sister because she was going and I needed to go to the store, and I left my phone at home. So if you had texted me, called me, or wrote in Discord by then, I literally missed it and I apologize. Wasn't ignoring you guys, I promise. I usually answer pretty quickly as long as I'm seeing it. Right? Dr. Russell in his house. Like, brilliant. The best there is. You know what I'm saying? That's what she says. Best in the country. Like, We could, right? Exposure therapy. We could try that, Dr. Russell. What do you think, Dr. Russell? We do some exposure therapy with Dr. Russell. I wish I lived nearby to you, Ellen. I would come over and help you out, help you clean it up, you know? I don't know how physically helpful I would be. I would be for at least an hour until I go into chronic stuck in pain mode, but I would at least be able to help for the first hour. I mean, it is funny. Like, so you're telling me that her card data and John's phone data is reasonable doubt? Brennan is going to put the experts up, I believe, either this week or next week, but I would point you, I don't know if that's JI or J1. I can't tell. I'm sorry. I apologize. To the car data. The car data from the experts with the car data. And Dr. Oh, God, somebody, is it Sheridan? Dr. Sheridan? I think that's his name. I can't remember. But I point you to pay attention to those experts and what they have to say. And not just a little part of it. Make sure you listen to the entirety of it, all of it, in its full context, you know? That's a lot of what's being said, right? Proctor, Higgins, Brian Albert, and then a lot of poor Chief Berkowitz, who literally is not even freaking alive anymore. Like, dude, leave Chief Berkowitz alone. Hey, Casey. You know, mainstream is starting to get on my nerves. The stuff that they say and don't report on, the stuff they don't report on, I think hurts more than the stuff that they do, because they leave so much out, you know, like literally, like they watch The View. I couldn't watch The View if you paid me to watch it. I can't. A bunch of women arguing with each other. I can't watch it. Like, the car evidence is going to be very pivotal. It's going to be very important evidence. So definitely pay attention to all of it. You know, some of it, yeah, I can't do all the work, obviously, for everybody, especially since we've done it so many times here. And we have gone over the evidence a multitude of times. Usually my Sunday show is not the one that I go over all of the pieces of evidence. It's kind of more of a relaxed show on Sundays because we spend all week, right, doing the trial. So I it's shorter, obviously, by a lot. It's not an 8-hour show. It's closer to like a 2-hour show. But we don't go over all the pieces. We talk about some of them, but I can point you to where to go and look. And then if you do some of the footwork yourself, you'll definitely find, just like Jesse, talk to Jesse here. You do love meatball subs. You do, Dr. Russell. You love them. Meatball subs are your fave. They are your favorite. Yeah, Julie Grant is about the only person I can watch on Core TV as well. I can't watch things that I know being said that are clearly 100% false, and they're being said, and it makes my mind want to explode. I'm like, this can't be real life. The problem that I have with mainstream media is they will feed whatever salacious information they think people will eat up. And that is not journalism, in my opinion. You're not giving people the truth. You're giving them what you think they will want to watch for ratings. That's not news. That's not journalism. That's opinions. Then make yourself an opinion channel. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, how can you watch the entirety of the trial? Especially at this point in this trial, she has already proved herself guilty on one of the charges with her own words, saying she knows she shouldn't have drove and that she was tipsy and that she was doubling up her shots of drinks. Like, she knew at that point that she should not be drinking. Hold on one. Tell them. What was that, babe?
You guys can make conspiracies together.
The conspiracy chairs are put together, everyone. Yay! The conspiracy chairs are done. I'm so excited. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, that's the thing, right? Jesse came in, had some questions, was a little skeptical to ask at first. We want those questions to be asked. We just want you to listen, right? We don't want you to ask the same 15 questions and I give you the answer 15 times. And then you say, well, I just asked and I answered it. Like, that's what we often run into is somebody who says they're open to hearing the evidence. I tell them about it, tell them where to find it. And then they ask the same question 6 times and then say, I didn't answer it after I've answered it 6 times. I just didn't answer it to the answer they wanted to hear. That's not being open-minded. That's not being willing to listen. that is trying to flout your theory and saying only this theory works in my brain. And if you don't say that, then it's not something I want to hear. You know, I'll be critical of anybody who needs criticism, including the judge, as we've seen. Like I criticized Lally a bit in the last trial because of some things that he should have said, things that he missed. And even in this one, questions that he missed, easy ones, lawyering 101, that I thought that he missed. So, I mean, when criticism is needed, I'll give it. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is. It's the truth. Like, sorry, not sorry, you know? Well, there's a lot of admissions that she makes about various things, and it doesn't go to what her defense team is trying to argue at this point, right? Like, it just doesn't. Like, well, that's the thing. There are certain things that you have to like be able to say it's a homicide. So she ruled it undetermined. You know what I'm saying? Like if she didn't rule it accidental. She didn't rule it accidental. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just can't, I don't know how anybody at this point in life believes everything mainstream media feeds, because even people who have been involved, we haven't seen it yet in this trial, but we did see it in the last trial, 2 separate times. So a lot of people change their tune when they talk to Sue Turtle, usually because there's veiled threats involved with a mob harassing their friends and family, and they don't want to deal with that. And I don't blame them because, well, I've been there. I've done it. I continue to do it. It's not fun, I promise you, but I will continue to do it as long as the truth comes out. And I believe that it will. And I believe a lot of people are going to feel really shitty about the things that they've said and done about various people based on his word alone, when they realize that he's just a bold-faced liar who couldn't tell the truth about whether he went pee 5 minutes ago. You know, but we saw it in the first trial two times, two separate parts of it. And then it should be coming soon in this one. But the stuff that I have stated was things that came in the first trial in the data itself. I mean, anybody can lose, but at this point, Hank's doing a very good job. You know what I'm saying? Like a very, very good job. Like, if you watch the first trial, we do have to remember there are a lot of people that didn't watch the first trial and sort of just came into this in the second trial. But again, yeah, there's no dog DNA. The clothes clearly were not washed like the conspiracies say. You know, how many? Oh, over hundreds. We know him alone has over 100 of those for sure. This is my warranty for the thing to make sure I don't lose it. But they have over 100 alone, you know. You know, I try not to just, I mean, I block trolls. Don't make no mistake about it. I don't just let trolls roam. But I do also try to give the benefit of the doubt to people, you know, like the benefit. Oh, no, Ashley's sick, everybody. Can we wish Ashley? Oh, she has a fever. Oh, no. I hope you feel better. If I had a car, I'd bring you soup. Ash. I would bring her soup. Oh, man. Poor Ashley's sick, and we wish her well. I try to give the benefit of the, you know how I am, Jennifer. I try to give that benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try. I attempt, because there are people like Jesse here and like other people who actually have come in and wanted just more information. And I don't want to sort of poo-poo or shoo-shoo anybody who actually does. And then, you know, they get shoo-shooed out because the trolls use the same verbiage as actual real people trying to figure it all out. You know, I don't want to do that. All his injuries are the right side of his body, including a bruise on his right knee. Then you have Karen asking, could I have clipped him on the knee? Yeah, that's another thing. The knee. She said, could I have tagged him in the knee? Why would you think you would have tagged him in the knee? Like, how would you have known it could have been the knee? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of really suspicious comments that she makes. Like, Caitlin, you talking about the EMT, Caitlin? No, his head was closer to the pole and his feet were closer to the road. Well, that's the other thing. Like, to call their parents is a little strange, you know? Like, all the data is available if you go and look. Like, it is all available. You don't have to take my word for it. You can literally go and look. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he had 12 to 15, the doctor did. He had like 5 years served, I think we figured out. So it would be like another 5 or 6. And in state prison here in Massachusetts, you can actually get 15 days a month good time for doing various programs and things in jail. So it's like you could take like a half a month off each month. So it's like cutting your time in half, essentially. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally cutting your time in half. I'm going to skip some of these comments because I'm like not to the bottom. I'm always like 20 minutes behind in these. So let me try to down here. If there's something you guys want me to read, I promise you I will read it. If you just write it again. Let's see. Good point, Katie. Good point. I'm sort of skimming you guys' comments till I get down. Yeah, I know. Poor Chloe, right, Maestro? Like, freaking poor Chloe. Like, Dr. Sheridan from the first trial described them as abrasions, not deep friction marks. The car data was discussed in the first trial 2 separate times with 2 separate witnesses. They put it all up on the screen as well. Does anybody have any idea where specifically they can go? And I don't remember like what day of trial it was. I couldn't tell you what day of trial it was. And I covered the entirety of the last trial too. So it's in the stuff. I mean, it's in my stuff too, but there's been so like we're in the second trial. So I couldn't possibly tell you where it was in the first trial, but one of these guys might be able to point you in like a specific direction. Somebody might have it labeled like car data or something. That's what I'm trying to do, at least with some of my videos, is label like who was the last person on that day or the first person to start in this day. That way I'll have an idea if we ever go back and talk about it again, where something is. I learned from the first trial to start trying to label, at least in the description, like people who were in on that day, because I couldn't tell you who was on what day. Maestro might be able to, you know what I mean? Maestro has a pretty good handle on when certain things happen, but I'm not great with timing. That's for sure. But I took copious notes, as we know, in the first trial and in the second trial. The first trial, I have 2 large notebooks. This is a small notebook. I have 2 large notebooks filled with quotes, data, all sorts of crap from the first trial on the case specifically. Like, oh yeah, Chloe now gets to freaking run her little heart out. And let me tell you, those dogs are what they call high needs dogs. So they need to be like running. You know what I'm saying? Like that, they need that space. Believe me, my daughter has one, a German Shepherd, and they need that space to like run around, you know? It kind of is, Sarah. I will not lie. You have to buy them. And we don't have 2 here. We only have 1 at my house. So we need to get a second one. Like, well, they do ignore it, right? Straight up ignore corrections. Like, and that's half the problem. She didn't say it. She was asking a question. Even if you argue, she was asking a question. She makes some pretty serious comments after that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could have tagged him in the knee, but then you have that bruise on his knee. It's only on one side of his body. You don't get beat up on one side of your body. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make logical sense. The injuries he has, like, don't fall in line with being bit by a dog and beat up. They just do not. Like, the Google search that's been debunked 17 times hinged on their entire conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just did. Like, Yeah, feel better, Ash. We want you to get better, my friend. Definitely rest up. Rest up. Right? Don't fall into the hole. Don't fall into the abyss or the black hole. It sucks you in. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, if she was in mass, I would have came over and helped her. That's for sure. Well, that's the thing. No one's going to 100% know every single thing, right? No one. Literally no one. And the problem with the mob is they want an answer to every tiny little thing. You are never going to get the answer to every tiny little thing. People have convicted on way less. Circumstantial evidence only, not even physical evidence, just circumstantial. When we talk about reasonable doubt, it is not any doubt, okay? Not any doubt. That is not a thing. It's not a thing. Any doubt whatsoever is not a reason to let someone go free, especially if there is a ton of evidence pointing to their guilt. Reasonable doubt has to be reasonable doubt. A reasonable amount of doubt that maybe someone else could have done it. And that's not what we have here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's kind of sucks, Sunken, because I feel like someone who knows the law as well as I do, and not being an attorney myself, it puts a bad name on people who are trying to explain the law in layman's terms to people and follow trials and sort of help people understand how trials work and what means what's in evidence and what's not, and why, what certain motions mean, what certain things that are said in court mean, the legalese, reading the orders of the judge and motions, and trying to explain it to people so they understand it. Going forth, they'll understand it. Going, you know, into the next trial, there's a lot of things that now you guys know that going into another trial, you're like, hey, I learned that on Elisa's channel. Now I know what that means, right? Like, that's the whole point, right? So that people are more educated about how trials work, because I see so many people following trials that make ridiculous statements because they don't know how it works. Something like, well, they're sending the jury out. The jury's not getting to hear everything. There's a reason why. It's to not make sure that the jury is not being biased by a piece of information on one side or the other. Okay. The jury's never going to hear everything. There's a reason for that. Okay. Like, but you can't just be willfully ignorant either. You know, you can't, you know, is it today? Is it today that they're going there? Like, I will right now. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I just sent him a message real quick just to give him a heads up, and someone else in the family. But 40 of them? Come on, man. You guys have nothing better to do. I agree with you here, Skylar, that they wouldn't be fighting so hard if they weren't afraid of the evidence. That is so bad for her. You know, that I can't look at that face. Look at it. So indifferent to what's happening. Doesn't give a rat's ass about all of the people here that she has harmed with her lies. All the people she has blamed. Chief Berkowitz's family that she keeps pointing the finger at him. The man's no longer even alive. You want to sully his name? He's not even alive anymore. Like, what in the hell? She just doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love you, Maestro. Well, that's what you're going to see, I think, in any trial. People are going to go with the popular opinion because it's more money for their channel, right? Like, I just refuse to friggin' do that. I refuse. I don't care. Like, and my channel is really struggling. Like, really struggling. These long trial days don't help for sure. I'm not monetized and I'm very small. So it's really hard, like, for a channel like mine to stay afloat in all of this. But I just feel like it's an important voice. We don't have that many. People want to go the money route. They want to go the route that's going to give them the most amount of viewers and the most amount of money. I refuse to do that when I know what is truth and what is not. If that puts this channel out of business, so fucking be it. So be it. at least I know I can look myself in the mirror and sleep at night knowing that I shared what I know to be the truth and not allow this mob of rabid animals to destroy people's lives over and over and over and over. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, right? My client is off the deep end. Hey, Red Racer, how are you, my friend? Lally did all of the work in the first trial. I do think he missed some questions, though, in this last bit, you know? I really want to get an interview with Hank after this whole thing is over. I really want to pick his brain about some things, for sure. Like, oh, yeah, there was lots of gigabytes of our infotainment system, and I'm dying to see what they have. You know what I'm saying? He did lay the groundwork, and now Hank is sort of like, yeah, sorry, I was a little late to see that. My bad. But I did send him over a message to tell him what was going on. Yeah, it's a huge backup camera, but we don't know if it caught anything. That's the problem. If it caught something, then oof, it's going to be bad. Like, yeah, see, but was it 4 a.m? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little, no, I know Chloe wasn't put down. Chloe's alive and well in Vermont. I know that as 1,000% fact. Chloe has a beautiful life, and she gets to run around and enjoy it for sure. Middle-aged or not, I'm not calling my parents, even if they were, you know, I'm not my dad if he was alive at 4 a.m. For a fight with my boyfriend. That's it. Not even a fender bender because she's not admitting to hitting him, but like for a fight, like that's what we're doing that. Yeah. We're an hour and 24 minutes in, guys. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. There's 32 of you here currently between here and X. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube. We appreciate it. We have lots of good stuff to say in the live chat. If you want to donate to the channel, you can do so these ways: PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Revolut. We would very well appreciate it. We also have a link for just if you don't have any of these options and you just want to donate via credit or debit, we have a link you can click on to do that as well. That goes right to my business PayPal. And we definitely need the help right now for sure. So we would very well appreciate it if you can. Paul and Nathan Reed were moved, and there were words exchanged apparently. And Mr. Reed now has to sit with a CO. So there's that. Sorry, I'm trying to skim comments and get down to the bottom here. Lally bared a big burden by himself, you know, in that first trial. And I have a lot of respect for him, you know. Like, I think ARCA is going to be an extremely interesting cross-examination of them with all the shadiness that's happened. It's going to be quite interesting, you know. Ugh, that'll suck. But you'll be able to at least maybe you'll be able to download it maybe and then listen to it or watch it while you're traveling. That's what I've had other people do on this channel who have watched me. What they do is they download it so they can watch it like offline and then listen to it that way. I don't know if that helps or not. If it does, yay. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. I'm trying to help. Chris says there's about 40 of them outside of his shop right now. For the love of God. So ridiculous. You know, the car data last time came in through Trooper Paul, so it's painful to watch, but the exhibits are all there. So that's the thing, right? You can read the exhibits yourself. And when you don't have to like listen to what Trooper, because poor Trooper Paul, like, first of all, he's got a speech impediment. Secondly, he was very, very nervous. Thirdly, he did not get across what needed to be said in a way for anybody to digest. But good thing you don't have to do that. You can just look at the data yourself and it shows you. If you know how to read the data, I guess. But have no fear, because guess what? They're going to talk about it again this time. And I think it'll be a little more cohesive this time for people to understand, you know? If they have any of the video, the problem is usually a pedestrian strike does not trigger the camera because it's not enough how do I put it this way? Enough oomph to register to the car as a strike. That's why airbags didn't deploy. Because it doesn't register to the car as like in a car accident event, and that's when the cameras would record. So I'm not sure that we'll see any camera recording, because a pedestrian strike usually does not deploy airbags and then tell the car that it's like a strike. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't have the oomph of a car hitting a car. Like, definitely dodgy territory for Cross. If Karen ever got up on that stand, I mean, that would just be the worst thing she could ever think to herself. Like, it's a possibility that Karen didn't like him looking at her, but she said it didn't bother her, remember? I mean, there's freaking 40 people outside of D&E right now. That's not okay. Like, y'all need to leave Chris. And why outside of Chris Albert's shop? For what reason? He wasn't even in the house that night. So you want to go and harass Chris Albert and his family and his business? For what reason? He was not even in the house that night. He met them at the bar and he walked home. And y'all feel the need to go down to D&E, to his business, where he makes a living for his family, and make a mockery out of yourselves? Like, hey, Christina, have fun. Yeah, me too, unfortunately, local to this, and it's disgusting. Like, was the location of the car versus the time the taillight pieces were found. There was no time for no, there wasn't. It does not fit that timeline at all. Not even a little. Like, not even a little. Well, I mean, I'm sure if they cause too much of a ruckus, then he will call them down there and they will have to deal with it. Like, it's no, not okay. Damn. Well, you know, if you're in Canton, I'd appreciate it if anybody could head down there and just, okay, hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second. Just one second. Sorry, guys. My friend went to Walmart and asked me if I needed anything. I needed water and juice. And so I sent her the little bit of money I had so she could grab it for me and drop it off. Thank God for her. I don't drive, so trying to get to a store is difficult. So I had to run down and get it. Step. All right, let's see. No way. You're gonna have to put that one in Discord, girl. Oh my God. I do have great mods. I have the best mods. Let's throw that out there. I have the best mods. They are on top of everything all the time. They are the best. They're here. They're present. They have information. I literally am blessed with the best mods, and they all have different levels of things that they do. You know, Freak's my tech person. Like, if I have tech problems, he's a guy that I talk to, because him or Maestro or Potluck, a lot of you guys have great experience in certain things. 6 gigs of data. Yeah, see, is that what that's the part they forgot, right? Like, right? Scorpio, I bet Chloe's in witness, she's in WITSEC. She's hiding. No, she's in Vermont. You know, she gets to live her best doggy life, that's for sure. Like, well, the warnings, that's what I want to know about, right? The warnings. We know that those warnings were going off. We know because she made her own butt dial that night, which nobody ever talks about, right? The butt dial when she pulls into the friggin' garage in John's house, and you can hear all of the alarms beep, 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 going off, right? You hear them all. They're going off. They're, beep, beep, beeping. And what happens? That's just minutes later. She's calling him saying, I have no idea. Nobody knows where you are, John, which obviously we know could not possibly be true. Okay. So it's funny to me because nobody can claim that those weren't working unless she's the one who shut them off after that. That would be funny if she shut them off after that. If she shut them off after that, then that means that she knew exactly what she had done and didn't want them going off. So, but I think we'll find that maybe the car tells us when those went off, right? The alarms. And that might be a very serious piece of information to have. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, they don't. They really don't. Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate that for sure. I really, really do. I appreciate all of you guys. You know, like all of you guys have, it is for the algorithm. Stupid goddamn algorithm. I hate the YouTube algorithm. I'm not going to lie. The algorithm drives me nuts. Like, it doesn't pick up my channel a lot because we are very small. So a lot of people don't know that we exist. There are so many people out there that think that, you know, she hit him on purpose, or even not on purpose, but she should be going to prison for the rest of her life because she hit him. And they don't even know we exist as a channel. Like, because the algorithm on YouTube doesn't push it out. You know, I share it where I can on Facebook and stuff. And we have hate watchers. We have hate watchers that have already been banned and blocked from here that watch us on Twitter. I don't know why they would waste their time. I don't waste mine, but you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I agree with you that they are bad quality and crap, in my opinion, as well, Maestro. I know if there's something that like I don't know, I'll just say I don't know, or we'll figure it out together. We'll look it up. We'll check. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I have to back up that information with something. I cannot just say something and be like, oh yeah, that's a thing, unless I have backed that information up. But I learned my lesson. Even if 2 people tell you it's true, you might want to try and get some of that information yourself, other places, to back it up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the smart thing to do. Like, you never want to put something out there that's not true. Because untrue information, misinformation, indulging shit, like that hurts people. You can't do that. Like, you know, it's amazing to me. Like, they just think that like, it's okay to do this shit. Like, right? Anybody in Canton want to go do a counter protest? We'll just stick counter protesters outside of D&E, telling the mob to beat it. Like, that's what we need to do is every time they go down there and counter protest. Like, that's just realistically what we need to do. Oh, God. That must have been some really riveting stuff, huh, Red Racer? Those are just riveting people who know, like, so much. They're, like, super smart and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, how much is choked on that reading the rest of it. They think Richard Green's going to swoop in and debunk. Oh, I literally can't. That's how delusional we're at. If they think Richard Green, who works next to McNasty's and lied to the police, is magically going to debunk the head man at Celebrite's information and whose app he made himself, law enforcement uses all over the country. Yeah, that guy is going to be debunked by Rich Green. The guy who Celebrite and other apps had to change the way the information spits out so that they can't do what Richard Green did in this case to anyone else. Come on, man. Like, yeah, let's all conceal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't wait for Richard Green to get on the stand. I literally can't wait. Maestro's right is going to get ripped apart on the stand. I don't even know why they would put him up there. That's like as bad as putting Marie Russell up there. Where are you, Marie Russell? Where you at? Like, Dr. Russell, I know you're there in chat somewhere. Like, it is. Yes, it is. Like, why go to D&E? He wasn't even in the house. Like, yeah, but they go to the police station because the Alberts' parents live across the street. So they go there too to do that. Like, you know, it is witness intimidation. It's the whole point. Like, leave them alone, dude. Maybe like take your beef out like in front of the courthouse or wherever, but like not to these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are these people are not charged or arrested, and there is not a single shred of evidence that anyone did anything wrong other than Karen Reed. Not a single shred. I don't know, where is Potluck? I was wondering that myself. I'm gonna have to email him, find out. Miss him. Like, make sure he's okay. Yeah, Ree Russell. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Russell is the best in the entire country. She knows better than everyone, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that is going to be pretty entertaining. There you are, Anna. I was wondering where you were, Missy. I was wondering where you were. Like, I mean, one of the probably funniest shows I think we've ever had, especially in chat, and it's always pretty funny, not going to lie. We have some very witty people here. Was the day that we played part of Marie Russell's voir dire. Okay. That was freaking hilarious. Like, that is going to be so very bad for the defense. I don't know why anyone in their right mind would want to call Marie Russell to help them. Like, that is ineffective counsel, in my opinion. Absolutely ineffective counsel. Like, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Not in my eyes. No doubt about the fact that it is ineffective counsel to put Marie Russell on that goddamn stand. Like, come on, man. That's ridiculous. Like, Chris Albert resign. Yeah, because he's going to resign just because your sign says so. These people are wackadoo. Like, she was. You know, let's pay her in meatball subs. But don't forget to put the cheese on top. Don't forget. You gotta put the Parmesans on top. Like, the Parmesansies. Like, I literally cannot. I freaking can't. Like, that was a fun day. Like, she's the smartest, bestest person ever, Z's. I'm hungry too. I mean, you can. It's insane to me. Like, hold on, guys. My computer is unplugged and it's dying. I didn't realize it was unplugged that whole time. My little must have been unplugged it accidentally yesterday. She likes to sit in my chair. She likes this chair, so sometimes she sits in here. And sorry, I gotta turn up the whoop. There we go. Couldn't see the screen. It dimmed because it was starting to die. The kibbles and bits. You know what I'm saying? Like that, dude. I mean, for a lady who knows an awful lot about dogs, she doesn't seem to like them. You know what I'm saying? Like, She doesn't seem to like them that much, talking about how she doesn't want to go look at Chloe. Well, don't you know so much about dogs, Marie Russell, that you're like the only and bestest, smartest expert in the whole widest world on dogs, but you can't be near them? Chloe's dangerous. Lady, you're more dangerous than that dog is. Just saying. Your misinformation is extremely dangerous. It hurts people, but I mean, why would Marie Russell care? She only cares about having her 5 minutes of fame. That's why she called the DA's office and said, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, everybody pick me. That's what she did. She literally did that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Like half the time she looks pissed the hell off. And the other half of the time, she just kind of sits there making a little bit of weird noises and sticking her lip out. Like this. This is what she looks like. She looks pissed off. And what expertise does she bring? Being an ER doctor? Okay. That saw plenty of dog bites, most of which, by the way, were canine officer bites with alive people. Okay. She has no experience whatsoever with anything of this nature. And she didn't want to. So of course, Hank puts it. Let's see. Hold on. Now I have to get that clip, because when Hank asks her about the molds, right? About the molds. And it's like, you want to look at the molds. We like, basically, if we go take molds, would you want to look at them? And she kind of concedes like, oh yeah, you know, kind of. But then after she realizes they actually have said molds, okay, she's like, nah, like, no, I don't want to see them. Well, why not? Like, what? Why not? Why wouldn't you? Like, if you're so right about it all, wouldn't you want to? Isn't that, you know what I mean? Come on now. Like, let's see. Day 27, part 1, Dr. Marie Russell voir dire. Streamed 4 months ago. Let's see if this is it. This might be it here. Hold on. I'm going to move this over to my other screen here. Boop. We're going to blow it up. We're going to, hold on, move this over here. We're going to pause this Ladberry here. Oops. We're going to put this one up. I'm going to take this one down, 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 down. I did not. I love the weird British, not that they're weird, but they're weird to me, British names that you guys have for different things. Of course, it probably sounds weird, the stuff that we have, right? Like the stuff that we say about certain things, the names that we have for certain things. I love to hear like what Australians call things versus what we call things. But now we have to watch a clip of this. And I will warn you, today's show is not going to be super duper long because, well, my daughter has her friend coming over at 3, so we're going to stop before then. So we probably have like another 40 minutes or so. And like I said, a lot of these longer shows are really kind of killing the channel, and I don't want to cut off any of the shows that we already do. But I gotta figure something out. It's been very slow for the channel lately, and it's hard to sort of keep up costs and everything else on top of it. So I'll find a way somehow, some way. So we're gonna play. Yeah, colon cancer, all sorts of stuff they got going on over there, you know? Yeah, we just call people inanimate objects. It's fine. It's totally fine. Let this play. That play for a second. So we don't want to listen to Alessi and his nonsense. Let's see. Needs an enema. He's definitely going to spend like at least a half a day on her nonsense. Like, a half a day on how she got involved, probably because she involved herself. Like before he even gets to the evidence, they're gonna be like, what is this lady's deal? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this lady's deal at all? Like, yeah, puncture wounds on the sweater. That was probably one of the stupidest things I ever heard her say. Like, what? Like, oh my God. And that's another thing. Like, lady, you're not even a veterinarian. Like, what are you even talking about? All right, hold on. I want to get this, speed it up or take it down, one or the other. I'm trying to figure out where There was a lot of looking at the fan here. Who was questioning her? I'm trying to see who, if we go all the way back here, is this Hank? Is this Alessi? Who is it? While we're doing that,
Car allegedly collided.
this is all right. So that's Hank. So I'm going to back it up a little. Oh, it's my flower. I have a couple of clipping flowers. This one is my orange one. It's very pretty. Thank you. John Lewin Elizabeth Loftus. Just searched that. It was in the trial of Durst. Oh, oh, dude. I remember that trial. Do me a favor while I'm backing this up a little. If you can, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We'll go for another, say 40, 45 minutes before I end this. If you want to get into a donation for the channel, we would very much appreciate it. We definitely need the help. You can do so those ways, or we have a link that you can just click on if you want to use credit or debit. I'm going to back this up a little because this is quite hilarious listening to her answers to Hank's questions because she sounds like an idiot. And you have to remember, this is what Hank is essentially going to do to her on the stand, except it's going to be worse. Remember that in this, Hank holds back. All right? Because there's a lot of things that he's going to ask her in trial more than what he asks here to make her look foolish. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Remember that when watching some of this, that this is just the tip of the iceberg about what we're going to see when it comes to Marie Russell, and just apply that same thing on over to what we're going to see when it comes to Richard Green, and times it by 2 what we're going to see with Arca, because essentially that's what's going to happen. It's not going to be good for any of them. That's for sure. If I get a donation at any point, I will pause it and read it real quick, just because it's important for me to thank people when they do it, because I want people to know that I appreciate it. I probably get 5 or 6 donations a stream, sometimes maybe even just 2 or 3. And so for me, it's really important to say thank you to those people who can monetarily help, because the channel is struggling and we need that help desperately. So, and you guys also help by sharing it, by hitting the like button, by being here every time I do a stream. That really helps. It shows the algorithm that people are watching and are engaged and want to hear from the channel. So it's all very, very important. And so it's definitely important for me to want to say thank you to people. And anytime that I see that package shows up at my door from my Amazon wish list, I definitely always make sure that I thank you guys, because it's super important for me to do that. I actually thought about trying to make a Walmart one, because I feel like that stuff is just cheaper to put on a Walmart wish list instead of an Amazon one. Or, I mean, I guess we could keep the Amazon one, but I feel like there's just cheaper options on Walmart. So I'll sort of look into that and see if that's an option. I don't even know if Walmart does wish list, but I guess we can check it out. I know that there's an option to make a list, but I'm not really sure if it's a wish list or not. So I don't know. I'll have to look into it. But we do have the wish list. It's in our Discord, if that is something that you feel like is a better option for you and you want to help out, and that's your way of helping out. There are some things on there that I need, everyday items, and then there are just wish things that I like, or things that I need around the house. Like paper towels. That's always the thing that I need desperately in this house. Water, we drink Propel, all the things that you need in this house. All right, ready? You guys ready? Because this is like a comedy show. Okay, the last time we did this, I don't know if we stopped laughing. Update on D&E. They've all ended their live across from D&E, but they continue to be out there, while some eat at McCarthy's next door. I'm getting updates too via regular messages, just to make sure nothing crazy is happening. If I lived there and I had a car, I'd already be there. I would have taken you guys mobile with me, because this is absurd. There is no reason for it at all. All right, let me unmute this and get ready for the comedy. Here we go. Yeah, I have Walmart Plus, so I don't know if that applies to people buying off my wish list, and it will, it's $12 a month, because I don't drive. I sometimes have to have a way to get a couple groceries to my house. We love Sunny Spirit. She's a friend of the show. You all, as I've told you before, should be following her channel.
All right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Leslie. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay.
I think I'm gonna do that, Jane.
Just wanted to let you know what we were doing, Mr. Brennan.
I'll make one today and see and put it in the Discord. Maybe that's a better option for people. Sunny is a friend of the show. Hopefully she'll be joining us this week.
Okay, so the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to. the
Yes, but they
motions
went
that were filed.
to where D&E is on purpose. They didn't go there to say Canton strong. There's one that says Chris Albert resign. I mean, that's clearly going there to like
Okay,
belittle
I do
him,
have
his
Mr.
family, and his
McDermott
business.
do a
I mean, come
copy
on.
of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given to
Great.
Ms. Russell.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay,
And if I may, can I?
Oh,
write
you know,
a copy
the
of
same
that?
idiotic people on
Each one is,
YouTube.
That way it would be easier for
is there a
Dr. Russell.
problem with that, Mr.
No
Leslie?
problem.
We do, Carol. We do. Which is why I want, try to push the channel as much as I can, because there are so many people out there that do exist that like are on this sort of side of things. They just don't know that the channel exists, There are people, finding us just now and have been like, wow, I didn't know a channel like this existed. Like, not sure who organized it, but we know that they were streaming it, Chris. Dina and them.
May I get first witness?
Yes,
May I speak, Your Honor?
yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you two
There we
documents.
go.
We have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
I had asked you if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you turn to page 19, line 21.
Page
Page
Line-
19, line 21, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here?
Yes.
And then line would be.
Who wore it better? Good point, Avi. When I get mad, my accent comes out worse. People notice it. It's when I'm pissed off and I'm like raging that like my accent makes itself very well known. Hank wore it better. She's not even reading it. She's just like thumbing through it. She's like,
Do you recall at the trial, you were asked
like this.
about the injuries and you said, I believe
My
that
husband
these
laughs.
injuries were sustained by an animal,
I want to pick his brain.
possibly a large dog because of the pattern of injuries. Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
But I'm asking, do you
Grumpy cat.
remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
I try not
When
to
you
because my
said that,
viewers
you
don't
used
like
the
it.
word possible because
But in real life, I
you
swear a
weren't
lot.
certain. were
I'm
you?
sorry.
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not
Lady.
asking about the transcript. The reason why, when you were asked and you said it
Grumpy
was
cat.
by an
Calm
animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that in medicine, there are no absolutes. And that's what, physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in it that way. But
Yeah,
I
you-
was.
Still don't know why that skips there. For what reason?
Yet
I
you were
don't know.
testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Yes, I understand that, but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. You understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do. Yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes. And I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the word during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
That's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-reviewed articles that describe what
But she
dog
can't tell
bites and
him.
dog injuries.
It's part of an
Okay.
article, but not the whole
Is
article.
there any standard that you use?
She can't tell him.
Is
though.
there
No
any
standard, no methodology.
Particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is
After the
used
first trial.
throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different under comparison. And there's a difference between those two things, don't
Oh,
you?
yes.
Okay, we'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm you.
It comes from multiple published peer-reviewed articles.
Okay, tell me one.
Munich.
I'm sorry?
Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay, and what's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation.
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial
I'm
process.
trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity.
That doesn't shock
What
me,
standard
Scorpio.
are you working
Yeah,
with?
she sold it after
Would-
the first trial.
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because
Of course she doesn't.
I know how I evaluate wounds.
Let me see if I can
You have
ring.
personal experience
to
when
get
you've
back in
treated
chat.
dog wounds, and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. So is that what you're doing?
No,
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from? The methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item.
there are several published peer-reviewed articles that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds. There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds,
Right.
I don't think that there is one.
When you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct?
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on the a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years,
Oh, yeah.
observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles
There you
that I
go.
have read on dog
I've
bite
read it.
wounds, their characteristics, morphology,
Read it.
patterns, and other things like complications, et cetera.
I'm the best expert ever.
So to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of
No.
comparison.
Multiple
There's no
daily.
methodology
Nope.
that is accepted as a practice.
No,
I disagree.
Okay.
you disagree?
Can
Well,
you
it
share
has
with
to
us
be accepted as
one
in the scientific
of those
community.
articles that you've been relying
You
on?
idiot. So you
combined
disagree.
with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis.
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I
Which is
didn't
about
talk
human
Tell
teeth.
us a little bit about it.
Human teeth.
Oh, certainly.
Okay,
Would-
please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us
No.
about what you're basing your opinion on.
You
It's
tell us.
Munich, so I don't know much about.
Okay, that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case,
Mhm.
but also described what some of the characteristics
Not necessarily, Eva,
are
because then,
in
I mean, that doesn't really mean
dog
much to the ME.
wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their
Did we already see that clip
distribution,
though?
their
We did, right?
configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel.
Goddamn, Chloe.
Um,
Fighting Lexus and
Things
shit.
that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin.
Yeah, it's not in any
and,
report as it
distort,
reports
other ways
are
that
all the
wounds can be
evidence.
distorted
the summary.
from
Yes, the Bulldog
Yeah,
cartoon,
from-
but I can't
from-
remember the name of it.
from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit
Character.
about wound characteristics, and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
Oh, I see what you're
guess
saying,
I don't
Eva.
understand what you're.
I
what
think we
you're
already
getting at.
saw that clip though, I believe.
Rather than having a particular case study
I
where
believe we
that
already
article talks
Saw that
about
clip.
a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
Yes, with Sylvester.
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced.
and
I'm
it's,
sorry, Your Honor, if you could finish the question.
I'm going to let her finish.
please,
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, well, thank you.
Okay. That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature.
Maybe it is.
So in the
both.
review of the previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
in that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern
Look at me.
recognition analysis.
I
in that article, did
disagree.
it? Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and they weren't, I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have.
You are, though.
At least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information
To what?
in helping me form my
Hector.
opinions about wounds. I've
Yes,
seen all types of wounds.
Hector the bulldog.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no
You
methodology,
guys tell me.
because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And
Good
so
job.
because there is
You
no
tell me.
methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
What?
One of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms,
Yeah, there's more
try
than
to rule
one.
out other
Could have played one.
conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Definitely could have played one.
And so
For
you
sure.
said, although it's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this
Hector, yeah.
differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many
People don't even
other
realize how many
ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always.
at all.
Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would
Okay.
resemble this,
Okay.
but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
My opinion is
did.
pretty clear.
If you had used your training and experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Yeah, she didn't write them
That's so
down.
correct.
Not in any report, right?
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being. And
Oh,
so,
lady,
so
please.
I have to, as a responsible physician, in
A
every
responsible
case, go through a
physician.
differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating
1993.
the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through
Sure, lady.
differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
Yep.
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were
What
uncertain,
process?
weren't you?
No,
What's the
Yet
process?
you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report
It's in my
whatsoever.
head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in the report? Or
You
tell
said in
anybody?
your
So
head.
we
Is there
have
anything else in your head?
car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Possibly.
What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a
Oh.
list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, it was
Oh,
important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential
not look what
diagnosis.
she looks like.
Can't you remember what it was that
I
you
see
thought
that.
could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash,
Side by side.
Okay.
car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there were some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Stab wounds? They're
Um,
not even deep enough to be
so the
stab
list-
wounds, lady.
There was a list that I went
Okay.
through.
So
in
how
my
could you
head.
even
Would-
consider
would it
that?
be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Stab wounds
Well,
that
was
are
there any other
scrapes and
significant
scratches? What?
causes that you went through and vetted
no
through
puncture?
differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
I thought I was
And that's
your
why it helps
crush,
to
Anna.
write it down.
I'm offended. Okay.
Okay. So one of those processes, causes of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes,
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this case,
No.
didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all.
Bullshit.
I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this
You don't-
general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarifying.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to
Yep.
offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see.
Oh,
And so you learned enough through your
please,
study or the Boston Globe or television
please.
that you knew
Wanted to
generally
be
that there's an
involved.
issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
Yeah, you were, lady. Stop it. It's
So
very
you didn't
clear.
know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are
Such a
very few
liar.
people in this country
It's very
that have
clear.
the combination of experiences that I do. And I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No,
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it
We're
fair
calling
to
it
say
from
that
now
your
on.
perspective was
She hit him. It's the Russell hustle from
a
now
motor
on.
vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes,
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident, there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
that was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career.
Frontal.
So
I
I
hit
had
from behind.
plenty of experience.
Have you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not
Exactly.
what I asked you. Is you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No,
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
no.
Have you ever?
And with that, I'm going to pause that for a second just to play this because I feel like the music. I had to. I'm sorry. I apologize. I had to. It's like a clown show. On fourth we go.
Served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist.
No,
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen.
Mhm.
What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on.
She was.
Next question.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
Nope.
That's correct.
And
Yeah.
when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Now?
date? You now have read the reports.
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything
Yeah.
about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was, somehow I knew that, well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was, somehow I got that information.
So
The
when
car
you were
backed up.
excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
I do.
It's a question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer.
It's a voir dire anyway. She's going to let it all fly. So unless he's objecting for no reason
Do you
anyway.
know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the
I
assumption.
understand. I understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Russell?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded
You
this
don't know?
collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm
Objection,
going
Your
to
Honor.
see counsel at 7.
Oh, she said sidebar. Well, you know what happens when she says the word sidebar, everybody. Hank's making me look stupid, Mom. Mom, it's not my fault. Mom, help. Hank told me I'm dumb. Hank showed me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm floundering here, Mom. Look at Alessi fighting like a toddler in the corner. I don't wanna. I don't like the questioning, Your Honor. I don't appreciate it. Dr. Russell can't answer it. Look at him like a baby. As Hank is explaining, first of all, it's a voir dire. So any and all questioning is really going to fly because the judge needs to hear the answers. So that's what, look at her. She's got her. What you guys talking about over there, huh? What you saying over there, huh? What you got over there, guys? Like what is happening, dude? Like, just put a red clown nose on her and make it go, her, her. Like, 'cause that's what we're dealing with right now. Like, water spurting out of her chest. Like, right in your eyeballs. Like, this is literally what I'm watching right now. It's a legit clown show to see how many clowns pop out of the clown car. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4, 5 potato, 6 potato, 7 potato more. 7 more clowns pop out of the car. Marie Russell being the last clown. Like, what is happening? Like, and as she hit him, has dubbed it, this is the Russell hustle here, folks. Seen it in person, folks. Imagine all the defense experts get out of a clown car when they come in every day. They get in their little clown car and they come out. And yeah, Bozo the clown comes out. Bozo gets out. And just like each person pops out of the clown car. Gennady with his bald head. AJ with his angry face, Alessi screaming, objection, Your Honor! Like this, Karen giving a side eye. You know, all the clowns popping out the car. Marie Russell and Richard Green in the back. Arca with the crash daddies, and you know, Dr. Wolf going like this. All the clowns popping on the clown car. Bozo's there too. You know, he's gotta keep all of his clowns in a row. Like not my circus, not my clowns, but definitely know all the monkeys. Yep. Definitely. Like, there's one right there. She's like this. How dare you? How dare you put me on trial for murder I committed? How dare you? How dare thy judge not give me what I want? Can I pay, Your Honor? Like this is like this is surreal. Like, and this is literally what we will be seeing. Like, yeah, you don't know which way the Lexus was going. You know what the speed was. You know there was taillight in the clothes. Like, do you know evidence leads to the defendant? You didn't know any of that, and you made an opinion. Look at her shaking her head. Nope. But he took my toy and ran away.
When you engage in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions.
Hank broke my expert.
Did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
No.
Do you know whether or not
Absolutely
the
not.
person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use the word allegedly.
What was his body position?
I
Graduated
considered
with
several
almighty.
possibilities. I considered
With honors.
if he was standing, if I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I
Well, she
considered
tagged him in the knee.
Was
possibilities.
he standing?
I don't know that. I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he
And?
kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
But
So
if you considered
all
them,
these things, but you have
But you
no
don't know?
information, fact, or understanding of what
interesting.
body position he was, do you?
I went through the process of what
And
the
what
wounds
was
would
that
look like
process?
in those various positions.
I see. So if
She was
John
making it
O'Keefe
up,
was
legit.
trying to defend himself,
The
pulling his arm
inverted
up,
mouth of Chloe
brace himself,
backwards.
what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if
If
there
what?
was if there was penetration of his clothing,
Uh-huh.
from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that was seen in those pictures.
There's no punctate
How do you
wounds.
know that?
From my many years of experience.
She sounds
Did
like
you
an
do
idiot.
any comparison analysis of the broken
My
tail
many
light?
years of knowing taillights,
Mr. O'Keefe's
pieces
arm?
of other things.
Actually, eventually, I did.
Before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes.
And
isn't it?
different.
Yes, but
Every-
I also had that in consideration. That's
Every-
why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes, probably.
Probably.
And so you can have a
You're
number
an
of
expert.
people in an accident and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Whoa.
A car drives down the street and runs into 20 people. They may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car,
I agree.
might be the same speed, but they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
Some people can
Correct.
walk away
Some
without
people
a
could have
scratch.
scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
No,
So
no.
there's no science or
Definitely.
standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result.
Nope.
The truth is you don't know.
No.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were
Now you sound like an
screening
idiot.
these causes,
You
had
know
no idea
every accident, what's going to
his
happen.
body position or angle, correct?
That sounds
I
good.
went through various scenarios in my head.
In her
But
head.
I'm asking
She
you,
went through
not
them.
the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about
She went through them
detail,
in her head.
fact,
Like this.
science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck
They
by the
went, she
car?
went through them in her head,
I-
guys. I
Objection,
mean,
Your Honor.
literally in her head. She went through them.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how is his body posture.
Hank, she has this many.
What facts do you have?
The amount of fucks I have
Again, I
left.
considered multiple
None.
scenarios.
When you,
Oh, John, you wasted your finger push-ups, dearie.
did you go to the scene
Yep.
of where Mr.
Boston
O'Keefe was
produces these
found
kind of assholes,
lying on
and
the
this
ground?
asshole has a
Go and
lot to
visit
say
the
to
scene.
you, John.
No.
Bye.
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
You had a
When
troll
you're
for a
engaging in
second.
differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the
Hi, Ellen.
debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of or emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction
Nope.
expert?
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle
And
accidents.
you've never gone to
They
court and
must
testified as a dog bite expert before this case?
Wasting their
Yes?
time writing
was
shit
never
here
asked.
like anybody's going to see
And
it.
so when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually
Whack a troll.
going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I use medical science.
What
Do you know
medical
the ground
science
looked like when Mr. O'Keefe
did you
landed
use?
that morning?
There was snow.
You know
Right?
how many inches of
Drunken
snow were
grave?
under his body?
Trust Marie Russell, bro.
Under his
She's got
body?
some
Yeah.
meatball subs in her
No.
pocket.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or
Like a baby's
frozen
butt.
jagged like
What was it?
dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities:
Did you?
grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several to see in my differential diagnosis.
Oh,
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did
No.
you?
Didn't have
God.
to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or a brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant nearby.
Do you know if there's a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact, alleged impact looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds. So that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay.
she disagrees.
Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Okay. You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
And we've
Except
agreed,
for, excuse me, except for no skeletal broken bones.
that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
It's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times,
Excuse me?
many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have an I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay, he died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a
Right.
skull fracture and brain injury.
Right? One of
Yeah.
them is not part of my skeleton. I don't like breaking those.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
not From
saying?
an abrasion. to
It
his
sucks.
skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen
Hot
that.
in here
yes.
I mean, there's
today.
a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped, then being run over in the middle of the crosswalk in the middle of the car. Yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
It did, yeah.
Yes,
Yes. And you responded to many car collisions as a police
I know,
officer,
right?
didn't you?
I
10
did.
bones.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there's certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
Not ink, just a name, just someone
As
using
a
the name.
detective,
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, as you go to a scene
It was
and there's a collision, you
Satire.
certainly see things
Satire.
often as a
yes,
result of the collision, don't you?
yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you
Oh.
see?
After a collision, oftentimes see debris from the car,
with
Right.
red
from
wheels.
the
Debris from the
vehicles,
car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably, I don't know if I have, but yes.
Oh, the turds
Sometimes metal
on
pieces,
24/7.
parts of the car.
Right.
They're fake
And
accounts.
sometimes,
you know.
when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
Or a bone breaks.
And
It's
so
not
when
your
you were
skeleton.
Doing this, engaging
Goddamn
in this
bones.
differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene?
You didn't dig them out of the grave?
Found?
I considered the possibilities, yes.
Okay, well, there's a
Wow.
phrase getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Yeah,
Well,
skull is a bone.
You've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Not other
That's
things.
what we want to talk about.
Talk about shoes here, lady.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of
your
one's
shoes.
shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know when you review this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you
Objection.
aware of that fact?
They were
No.
Okay, next question.
Have you
clearly
never given any
tripped over the
of
curb, fell out of his shoe
information,
after he was hit.
physical evidence?
Oh, we
at the
know.
scene
That's
where
why
Mr.
it's
O'Keefe
funny,
was
Shannon.
found to help you engage in
Because
this
she's a joke.
differential diagnosis?
The puncture wounds of the shirt.
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well,
What
I
about-
don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found. No.
Well,
Well,
he's
what do
telling
you know
you.
about the sneaker? It sounds
Where it
like
was
you
found,
know a
lady.
little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you-
well, I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people are sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes.
Was
Because
Mr.
and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing. So that is a
So
possibility.
he undressed himself.
In that phenomenon, does somebody
Just a
take off one
bucket.
shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they
Yeah.
could, yeah.
Right, and you have a case that you've seen
No,
just like that?
I have not.
Round 2 is going to be great.
Okay. And so in this case,
I agree,
at
Taryn.
what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Me too, Shannon.
Phrase it differently.
Allegedly knocked out of his shoe.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed,
Not naked.
undressing himself,
Not
and
undressed.
that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor.
That- No, it's not the same thing.
Did you learn that fact?
No,
Next question.
No, she never
So you
knew.
sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
that's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found the
Right?
scene.
Fees will be great.
Again,
How much were you
my
paid?
Focus
your
is injuries, the injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself,
Right.
injuries. So, so that's what I focus.
Right?
The-
Fuck
a
it.
dog
Let's
wouldn't
shoot
knock
right
somebody out of
socks.
their
That's
shoe.
what we're doing here.
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
No,
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't
Um,
think so. So then it couldn't be a dog, could it, lady?
When you were excluding
Right?
car
The defense
collision
says no
as the cause of
hypothermia.
these abrasions,
Doctor.
and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer,
The medical degree of high degree of what?
if there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes.
Oh,
And
yeah.
DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence,
Sure
wouldn't you
is.
say?
Yes, if collected properly and
I love his
chain of
sarcasm.
evidence, yes.
It's
One
so
of the most
matter of fact.
formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used. in
Exactly,
medicine
Maureen.
science, isn't
Not
it?
Mount Everest.
In forensics.
And so when you use differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause
Exactly,
of the
Taryn.
abrasions of John O'Keefe's arm, did you know
Did
that
you
there was
know?
DNA on the taillight
Did you
of the defendant's car?
know? Nope.
I did not know that.
Woo.
Would you wanted to have known if there was DNA, particularly would you wanted to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight
Right? Bev shouldn't be
was
helping
John
her, that's for
O'Keefe's
sure.
DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
Law pass incident. Right.
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that
can't.
configuration of
How can
wounds.
socks be on the wrong feet? I can't.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass.
I can't
jagged
wait
edges.
for them to do her again. It's going
If
to
you
be
had known there was
hilarious.
John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight case?
Nothing. Yeah, nothing would be helpful or change your mind, which makes you look like an idiot
I
as in
don't think it was necessary. Those
Oh.
wounds are so characteristic of a dog.
so that you
attack.
don't look at anything else.
Do
Thank you
know
for
there
telling
was
the jury
other
that.
trace evidence
Ma'am,
on the
if she
back
says that
of Miss
again,
Lee's
she's
car
fucking
that morning?
screwed. I mean, she's already screwed anyway, but
Such as?
Hair?
hair.
No.
yes, hair.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No?
And engaging in your differential diagnosis,
Nope.
considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know
Oh yeah, full conspiracy.
that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on
That's what
the
makes her look
defendant's
stupid.
car, but in the particular area
Bingo,
where the
Kings.
damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Absolutely nothing. You are right. There is nothing. This lady is gonzo. She was not
When you
aware
were
of anything,
excluding
but she's a
car
great
collision
doctor.
as the cause,
She knows for 30 years.
did anybody share with
No.
you
She thought about it in her head. It's in her
digital
head.
forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating
Exactly.
where the car was?
Knocked out person
the speed
can't
it went
undress
back and the
themselves.
distance? Did anybody share that with you?
Saying.
No.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Did
Not
you know,
surprised.
doctor?
And do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights.
I've seen thousands.
Thousands
Have you done any
Of alive people.
studies?
of alive people. Remember
Are there
that.
any journals that you rely on to say that there's a
Yeah, did Karen bite him?
pattern that's going to happen when a
Bite him?
taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on.
Oh,
It's a fundamental
which ones?
area of
Which one?
study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact,
Dr.
the
Russell. Which ones?
examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You
Oh,
never examined John O'Keefe's body.
negative.
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body.
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body.
I never touched his body. I examined the photographs that
didn't.
were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital,
Bingo.
and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Correct.
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before, when we were here the last time, about any cases where
That's going to be a good one.
you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example.
Hank, I just want to pluck his
I
brain
don't
out.
remember patients' names.
And so when
You don't remember
rely on
any
the
patients?
reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right? And you assume it's true.
Little
Oh, not
vacay,
always, no.
Aaron.
You
Her little
hope that
vacay.
it's not-
Like people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite?
When it
and you
wasn't?
did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite.
No.
Oh,
In all the hundreds, thousands of
they
cases,
lied, all right.
never has anybody reported to you a dog bite, and you determined
just want his brain.
independently through your powers
It's
that it wasn't a
brilliant.
dog bite.
Not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds,
Yeah.
many other kinds of wounds. People
ER
report that
doctor.
they occur a certain way and
Who retired in the
actually
90s.
occurred a different way.
She retired in
With respect
friggin'
to dog
90s.
bites.
Mhm.
Every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did
You
you
might,
look at
Ink.
witness statements?
Don't rule it out yet.
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the
You
event.
might.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Saraf? Because the witness who
I
talked to
often
him
hope that I meet people who
was
are
Karen Reed. Did you read that?
figures in my lives like parents, that my child could have grandparents.
Okay, did you
Children.
know that Officer Saraf
Different
reported
parents.
that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault.
Don't rule
This
it
is
out,
my
Ink.
fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Not like that. Did you know about this statement? "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this."
This is
You
the
know
most
about this
entertaining
statement?
part.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that statement? I'm allowing a question.
No.
Let's move on.
Did you know about the statement to Mr. Flamati? "I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him." Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Ooh,
Did you know about the statement that she repeated?
I do
repeatedly?
now.
"I hit him. I hit him." Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question. Did I?
either one.
I learned that, but that
Right.
doesn't, I mean,
She did.
okay,
Where did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh,
You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases.
makes me sleepy too.
Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know
She
that.
did contact him on Facebook. Yep. That's how she got in contact with him, was Facebook.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that
Does show her bias, Shannon. You're
maybe
right.
John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness, he passed out?
There it
Would
is.
that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it weren't
going to allow it. I just want to stop real quick to say thank you to Maureen, who sends a $10 donation. I appreciate you, Maureen, more than you know. The channel is really struggling right now. So we can definitely use all the help we can get for sure. The longer streams are sort of killing us during trial. I'm literally barely holding on by my fingertips. So I appreciate you. Thank you, Maureen, very, very much. If anybody else wants to donate to the channel, you guys know how. We have all the information on the screen, and then we have the link for Apple Pay or the link for anybody who wants to do it with credit or debit. We have the Amazon list in Discord, and sometimes some people will just send me like a e-gift card, which is always helpful, whether it's Amazon or Walmart. Those are always helpful for everyday items or things that we need. I appreciate you guys. So back we go to Marie Russell. We have about 20 minutes left before I gotta go. So back we go to the doctor.
On the side, the
Hold on.
car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries, side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as a cause of injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, I see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between?
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So
How about, I'm sorry, please.
it depends on what kind of glass.
I want you.
Well, motor vehicle glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way and creates a characteristic injuries.
Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any photographs of the scene and the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay.
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass taillight would look like
in her head.
And again, I could not come up
But she
with
couldn't
any
tell
scenario
you
that would
how
cause
she
those
did it or
parallel
how she ruled
lines in
anything
the
out.
pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario.
Exactly,
That's the
DJ.
scenario
Exactly
that led
this.
to the death of Mr. O'Keefe
That's right.
that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in
Yes,
differential
bullshit.
diagnosis and you take the position that
Lots and
this
lots
couldn't
of
have
it.
happened,
Mhm.
I need to understand what you actually know about the physical
know nothing.
evidences at the scene. So
Nothing.
that's what I'm going to ask you about.
She
that
knew
scene. If
nothing.
you don't know, it's okay.
Mhm.
But I want to ask you about that scene that morning.
Mhm.
Do
She
you
knew
know how many
nothing. That's
pieces of
literally the
taillight
point.
were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No,
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various safe pieces of taillight. Yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Of different shapes.
Uh-huh.
Different diameters,
is.
right?
Yes, they're irregular,
Love
very
you,
irregular.
Maureen. Thank
Different,
you.
irregular.
Yeah.
Again.
Many of them sharp,
Yes,
perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
possibly. Yes.
Well,
And this
you
is
say
what we're gonna
possibly because you
see
never
that
actually
comes with the
looked at the
trial
physical evidence. You just
and the defense
looked at a
experts.
couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct?
This is what it's gonna look like, times 2.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
Exactly. They weren't given
I
any
believe it's
information.
made out of a plastic
They're supposed to be given all the information.
and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Nothing.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
Pictures. That's it.
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah,
Any jagged parts of it from the
She has no idea what she's talking about.
breaking?
yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Wires.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles?
Nope.
Of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements?
I do think they'll still call Green like idiots and her.
Now,
This is like
sharp objects
so stupid to call
can
them.
cause
It's
puncture
gonna ruin
wounds,
them.
can't they?
Yes.
Yep, he could.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and
Yep.
tear a, no, let me finish, you can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out.
They
it
will
can
still
pull
go
the
green like
threads
idiots.
back out with it, couldn't it?
Hey, Christina. Not for
Theoretically,
much
yes.
longer, but
Yeah.
you caught the end of
And a
us.
sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole.
Yeah, she tried to make
and
herself a
tear
taillight
sweater
expert.
And then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
The delusion from the mob, you're right. It is
Yes.
insane. You are right. It's nutty,
And if
Stacey.
the glass and
insane.
the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause a regular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern. No.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the
The trolls
skin
have nothing
when
better
the
to do
body
today.
impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes. And so they're not really very
all
long linear. They are tiny linear abrasions or lacerations.
Right, no
Abrasions come in all
100%
different
certainty.
sizes.
Right. But the
In
ones that are
medicine?
caused by tempered glass are very,
But
very
John's definitely bit by a
characteristic.
dog, 100%.
Does glass
Sounds
cause a
so
slicing
ridiculous.
pattern?
It can.
And it
Oh,
can cause a
geez.
linear abrasion.
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I
Oh.
understand that
Is there?
you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
That probably, yes, I agree.
Okay. So the glass that was.
She's an
used to
expert on
brief
glass
that you
now.
Got a little look at. It has
As well.
sharp edges, some of it, right? Yes?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Oh, Stacey, you
Parallel?
poor
Yes.
mob member.
I don't know.
Honey, the HQ is calling. The cult HQ
Now,
just called. They
um,
need you back there immediately.
When you
might wanna run along now. You're in the wrong place.
Cause an injury, you look for remnants of that, of the.
Oh,
actual
crap.
Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
Jennifer, I'm sorry.
I
I
did
fixed
not
it.
have hands on.
See,
Okay.
that's how that accidentally happens.
But you did
sometimes.
learn
I'll
that
fix
there was
it.
something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards. You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater.
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistic reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh, boy. Well, talking about being a detective, using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire in the trial in the first Lanigan hearing.
Objection,
I want
Your
you to,
Honor. I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question.
when you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite. Now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus, does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that minus the police officer, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my, my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
I fixed
They
it,
could
Jennifer.
cause
I'm
injury,
sorry.
yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
I fixed it.
Yes,
Right.
they could.
Sorry.
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
Abrasion.
I need
fixed
to
it, I
ask you
fixed
the
it.
question so you can answer
That's what
my
happens when
question.
they go up too
They
quick
could
and I'm
cause
trying to hit the
scratches,
button.
couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
Mhm. And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found? For trace evidence in that sweater. DNA of a dog.
Dan,
You know when dogs bite, so a full basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth,
yes,
sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That that's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that.
Okay.
But
Oh,
it makes sense.
no.
And
Oh,
so when
you're an expert,
the
though.
dog bites a person, if
And they
they're
do.
biting through
Increase
material,
saliva.
that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material.
Correct.
couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it's
Get out in the rain in
embarrassing
the
for
sweater. You don't want to wear a
Hard.
sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day.
Unknown
That
textbooks.
makes sense,
Yes.
yes.
She read it.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No.
You understand that the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
No, I'm
I
like
don't
an
know how
expert.
many
Did you
holes they
know?
took, but
Did he?
yes.
I'm like
Before you
multiple.
discount or
like
allege
Maria
a conspiracy
Russell's.
about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Bill Reed took the struggle
You
bus
know that they
there.
took swabs of every hole.
No.
Do you know that they then
I
packaged
sleep
them
at night just
and they
fine,
tested
knowing I'm
something
willing to tell people where to
UC
look
Davis?
at the evidence
I know there
themselves
was an interval of time
and check my information.
Well,
between the,
You don't hear other
people are
creators
exonerated.
saying that.
Your Honor.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question, please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been
Correct.
wrongfully convicted based on DNA.
Exactly, Insider
Yes.
Man, exactly.
yes.
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
It
You don't leave, they
can.
get
Okay.
banned,
And
is what
so-
happens,
You know that the DNA
because they get banned.
or the samples that was swabbed from the sweater was sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes.
And you know, when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
Right.
right, on any of those holes.
She didn't know about anything,
And you've opined that
anything.
these are bites, teeth going
Makes them-
in and out of
I
those
love
holes
that.
all the way up and down the arm.
That's great, Maestro.
Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
Yep.
Again,
Don't
there's
agree.
an issue with the collection and.
Who said there was an issue?
transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist.
I didn't.
that
I
there's no
accidentally
dog
hit the
DNA
button, but I
in
fixed
any
it. I fixed
of
it
those
quick.
swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
fixed it
Remarkable would not
quick.
be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
It went up
No,
right as I was
I
hitting the button.
disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay.
I fixed it quick.
Now,
If that ever happens to you
There's
guys,
no
I
dog
promise
DNA.
I'll fix
Do you
it.
think somehow that hurts
With
your
total
cause or your
accidents.
case, for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you think that in somehow challenges
when they
your
get bounced,
opinion
it
that there's no dog
disappears.
DNA?
No.
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm
correct.
just curious, why is it so important for you to discount dog? Why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going along.
Wow, it doesn't.
I'm
It's the
aware
truth.
of the many of the steps that are involved in the
I'm
collection,
sorry, Jennifer. It's my
preservation,
bad.
and transportation of evidence. And there are
I fixed
multiple
it quick though.
places where that can go wrong. So the absence of
Lindy isn't
the
an expert of
evidence
anything but mumbling.
is
about
not as
nothingness.
remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with
Me too,
regard
Jesse.
to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much.
Just my
That's what's fair to
experience.
say?
Correct. I've had lectures, but I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much.
She isn't an expert on anything.
And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any
Exactly.
specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis
I
or
don't think
fact.
she does.
Objection, Your Honor.
She is. That's objection.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell
Oh.
you that there were possibilities that there was
Where'd you hear
there
that
were
from?
errors at various steps.
Where'd you hear it
Well,
from?
if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was. That
Yeah,
happened.
this was the voir dire of her.
Preservation. and
4 months
testing of
ago.
DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but
Like
there's,
this?
first of all, the
Gets pissed.
deceit of some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
This
I
is
don't
the
have
voir
any
dire, Anna.
proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what
Bingo.
evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from
Is it a
that sweater
sewer
because he was
turtle?
lying in the snow?
Oh, a sewer
What
turtle,
evidence do you
maybe?
have?
I don't
Invisible
have
dog?
evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
Uh-huh. What about the
They want to
preservation
swallow
claim
Chief Berkowitz.
that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there
Poodle
was
pillow.
something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item that was
Well,
tainted?
I
They don't, 'cause
didn't
they're banned.
say-
I have no patience for
or I
them
didn't
today.
mean to say that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When we're in a courtroom, you know as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of
Nope.
medical certainty, is it?
Nope.
I'm telling you, with a process, just like when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is
Everything
coming
can go
from
wrong.
Somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not.
Not specific.
We're not.
To be DNA specimens.
This is this
Specimens in
case, lady.
general there can be errors in the process.
But we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith, and in fact, that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. Are you
Yep.
suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
No, but
Right,
you can't
and-
tell us what that was.
Of course not.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong.
But
at
you're
a particular
saying it
step.
could
I'm
have.
telling you that there are multiple steps
Come on, lady.
where error can occur.
Cujo.
Not
That's
the-
all. So, and any physician, even, not only scientists, but physician
Any
knows
team.
that not all tests
The team for that
results are
says FAR.
100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report. You've
Yes.
been through the now you know there's a criminologist report.
Dun,
that's scrubbed
dun,
all the
dun.
holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right.
That's
And
what you tell me.
We also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA.
I have no evidence. That's correct.
Okay. Retired since the 90s. You definitely know it all, lady. Sure. Yeah, her lane is retirement. And then Boca Raton, lady, stay there, wherever it is that you live. Yeah, she's guessing. I heard there was something wrong with it. Well, where would you have heard that? You're
I
not
wanna
supposed to be
now
watching
turn to
hearing,
the
so
actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about
I know,
this.
right? They'll think you're trying to kill
Okay.
someone. All the things that we've all looked up in true crime. I bet our phones would be like the most hilarious thing at the police station. Like, why are these people looking up these things? Although they correlate usually with like a show we were watching or looking up something we were watching. It's a chupacabra.
Have exhibit 5, please.
Yeah, I'm quick on the finger, on the trigger button. I have 0 F's left to give about trolls, and I literally have no patience for them anymore. It was Bigfoot and then the abominable snowman. Okay, they're in on the goddamn conspiracy, you guys. How do you not see
You've seen this
it?
exhibit before.
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
wanna.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm.
Yes.
Specimens.
You described different abrasions on that arm on
Right.
different
No
dates
DNA.
in court, haven't you?
Dog with no DNA.
Yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound
Yes,
we're talking about.
Insider Man,
So
exactly.
that we can.
This is where he
discuss
tells her the
different
dog's
statements
mouth
you've
had
made
to have
about
been
this wound.
inverted.
The wound closest to the shoulder. You see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1 if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the
They're gonna
wound,
call her. I can't wait.
closest
Yeah,
to
she's
the
been
shoulder.
retired since like the
is it fair to
90s. She
say
said
that you've given different
97
versions
98,
or
somewhere around
statements
there.
about what you think was the cause of that? Remember testifying in the voir dire in this case when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
Hi,
And you
Antivola.
described that that is a pattern saying there are 2 wounds with perhaps potentially a
Murdered who?
scratch in the middle.
Done it for 2 weeks.
Yes.
Wouldn't do that.
And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case, the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of
Grande
no
culo.
methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
No. Teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the
Family
bottom
brain.
teeth
We're
puncture and then
family.
pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a nail, a
Breakfast.
dog's nail shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right?
We are
You know?
good.
It's
How are
gonna
you?
hold- It's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how
Got an alibi.
deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth
That was a
and
good-
the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
No, they can't call her if they want to. No, she has the
And
right.
so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
After the voir dire, where you said that this wound, number 1, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20.
You need to be sure that I don't know anything. I need to be sure about not being sure. Uncivil, they're just very protective of me, and I appreciate that because we get a lot of trolls that like pretend to be friendlies and then are clearly not. So don't worry. I love that they are protective of me. I love them just as much as they love me, and I'm just as protective of them. Yeah, teeth and nails are like the same now, you know? Jack sends $10 in a donation. And some cents because I love he doesn't send just like polar amounts. I love that, Jack, so much. Because then I know it's you, right? 1065 Sunday stream. Thank you so much, Jack.
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm. You talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Dr. Russ Squawk.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3.
Write
Teeth
that
or claw
down.
marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different.
Dubbed by Grave.
My apology.
I always write down who made it up so we can give credit when we use it. Oh, I listen. We know they watch, so I have no doubt that they come under fake names and try
I
to.
have to show
say
my copy
bullshit.
only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
They do it all the time.
It's not gonna reconcile.
I would not doubt
What
it
I
was.
have that Mr.
part of
McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read.
Exactly. She couldn't tell if it's
on
bite or
page
scratches,
20, starting at line 3.
but she's so sure of
And that's
herself.
what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has.
Exactly, Maureen.
So if the clerk would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right. I think
Toenails.
Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell.
Do little.
Sure, go ahead,
Do
Sherry.
little.
I mean, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her?
The last time she looked at literature, the guy was black or white. Hilarious. She probably does in like an altar, right? With Karen on it. And the dog circled in red writing. Bad. Paw nails.
The trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Someone should go get their Nana.
Okay.
She needs to watch Matlock and knit a
And so
sweater.
there was
She's not good at this.
obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said that.
Oh, you did review further materials,
In the process of writing my report,
which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
In the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and
Bingo.
and my opinion even
Well, no, he had them before.
excuse me, became a
He
little
had like
clearer.
100 before this case
So
even
when you
started.
testified in front of the first jury,
Somebody else taught it to him though.
expressing an expert
A long
opinion,
time
you weren't
ago.
very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved.
Not sure. You'd have to
haven't
ask
they?
him.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, like
In the
1995.
course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged. So I need to re-review everything. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed.
Changed? No,
Well,
it's one of the. I said teeth or claw marks.
well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some
I just have a
punctate
question.
wounds up here, these two little wounds up
That's it.
there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked
Yeah.
at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time.
Be
They're very
nice,
faint.
guys.
You made a mistake.
We don't want to
No,
throw
I-
people.
either teeth or claw
Now, if they
marks,
got
including
questions,
both of those.
They're
So
trying to
because
learn.
you overlook certain things, your opinion you
I've never
gave
seen their
to
show,
the
so I have
jury
no idea.
was not an accurate opinion.
Excuse my ignorance. I don't watch everybody on
Is it
YouTube.
At
That's
the
for sure.
trial? Is
Yeah,
this
at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yeah.
This is the trial. It
Gotcha.
isn't accurate. It's
Gotcha,
the
gotcha,
teeth or
gotcha.
claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth.
Maybe he
saying
wants
it
to
was
talk to me in
canine.
private. He could send me an email,
Yes, I believe now
Right.
that they are
see what his stance
more
is
like
on
a
it.
canine teeth.
Well,
Look
you
at good
didn't say
debate.
more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Well-
Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Why? 'Cause I
Reasonable
just
degree of
said that I was open to talking. I mean,
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
To a reasonable
confused here.
degree of
Not
medical
sure what I
certainty,
said
those are
to get
now
offended.
dog bites.
those are, yeah.
I said maybe he's here to learn. And didn't I not just say that?
All right, and to a reasonable degree of,
It's my opinion that to a
Confused.
reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
and the teeth that you claim that these are now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, not you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical
Okay.
certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury,
It's what
now
happens when
different.
people get upset.
I don't see it as different.
okay? What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
He said, we're not going to move on.
Yeah, there's an abrasion right there in the
Right.
middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor
Well,
teeth.
when you say it could,
One of the incisor teeth, one of
I want
them.
you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic.
Mhm.
And teeth are not always the exact same
Right.
height and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap,
I'm kind
It could
to
leave an
everybody until
irregular
you're
mark.
unkind to me.
It could.
but you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I give everybody
I don't know
the
about
benefit
his-
of the doubt
About his
until they
specific
give me a
teeth.
reason not
Do you
to.
know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that it
Just
could
'cause
mean that
she's a
not all
subscriber.
teeth made contact.
doesn't.
Do you know
what
anything
does that mean?
about Chloe's incisors on the top?
What does
Whether
that
There's
mean?
any irregularities or missing incisors, do you know?
I don't know.
She's also
Would
one
it
of my
help you
longtime
to know that?
subscribers.
It'd be nice to know, but
Well,
but
When you
I
say
don't
nice,
need it.
when you say nice, is that a medical term of,
Let's be clear here. I don't tell my subscribers who they should or should not subscribe to. They can subscribe to whoever they want. Do I think there are certain people that like give misinformation and you should disregard the misinformation? Absolutely. But whether they're subscribed to someone or not has no bearing here on my channel or how much I love my viewers or the personal relationships I have made with these people. So let's make that abundantly clear. It's really that simple. If you have nothing better to do, then come here and start a problem. Then you're bored with your life and you should go touch some grass or make a burger or I don't know, do something. All right. I'm kind to everybody who is kind to me until they give me a reason not to be. That includes every single person that pops into my chat. I will tell you that my chat is extremely protective of me, and I appreciate that they are, because we have many, many fake people that come in here pretending to be supportive or actually wanting to know things when they're just here to troll. And I still give them the benefit of the doubt because out of 100 of them, maybe there's 2 that actually are, right? And I don't want to scare those people away. I want them to feel welcome. I want anyone to feel welcome who's actually seeking truth and has critical thinking skills. But what I will not put up with is people who come here to troll, pretending that they're nicey nice. You will get bounced. You will get blocked. You will get banned. You can make 75 fake accounts all you want. I don't care if that means that my channel remains small. Cool. Cool. That's fine. Then it will stay small. I don't want that kind of audience. It's not what I want. I want an audience of people and a community that knows that they have each other's backs. That's the kind of community I want. So if that means that it remains small, cool, whatever. I'm hanging on by a thread. My channel is hanging on by a thread. And I am hanging on for dear life. And it's because I choose not to do certain things. I choose not to ignore my chat so that people donate for me to read a question. I think it's slimy and I think it's sneaky and there's a reason I don't do it. Okay. I'm proud of what I have built here. And if that means that they're protective, so be it. I'm not coming at you either. I'm just saying this as like a general statement because we've had a lot of trolls today. So, and normally we don't, which means someone sending them. So I'm just saying it as a general statement that if you come here to troll, you waste your time. You're wasting your finger push-ups. You're getting bounced. And then I don't have to deal with you ever again until you make another fake account and you get bounced again. So you might get a 30-second reaction or a 30-second click. And that's about it. 90% of anybody didn't even see what you had to say because I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not my deal. I'm kind to anybody that is kind to me. I actually happen to like people in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a people person. I happen to like people. I think the more the merrier. Everybody have fun together. Like, I'm a people person. I like people. But I have seen the worst in people when it comes to this case. I will tell you that much. Like, it wasn't Mandy that said my channel was tiny. It wasn't her. It was uncivil. That's why I'll remain small. Okay, I'll remain small. Why? Because my chat's protective of me. And they have every right to be. It's, you know, it happens to them too. It's not just me they come and attack. It's them too. You know what I'm saying? So they're on guard and they should be. I've dealt with a lot of nonsense when it comes to this case. I get attacked daily. I deal with harassment daily, every single day. Whether DMs, fake phone calls, fake text message. You name it. Okay. Use it. I will not just say shit for money. And does that mean that my channel is going to stay small? Cool. Cool. Then so be it. So freaking be it. At least the people who come here know that I'm not just going to feed them information because it's the popular thing to say or do. It's not what I'm about. It's not ever what I've been about. I'm also not about attacking people. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not one of those people that goes out and is like, oh, this person's bad because this, or this person's bad because that. I don't go after other creators. The only thing that I will do is if somebody comes in from someone else's chat and said, so-and-so said this, and then I know that it's a misinformation, then I will correct it. And I don't even like doing it because I don't want to sort of like send a message that creator is not somebody that I like. I just am not going to allow people in my chat to like spread misinformation wildly because they heard it from someone else either. So there's a fine line, like as a creator, that we all have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to, make it correct, because misinformation hurts people, as we know. Look at this case. Look at how many people it's hurt. You know what I'm saying? Look at how many people the misinformation has hurt. A lot of people, right? So let's just move on here. I only have a couple more minutes before I got to go anyway. We've already been on 3 hours and 28 minutes. If anybody wants to donate to the channel, that'd be super duper helpful. We are hanging on by a thread, so we could use the help. If you want to share the video, that's even more helpful. If you want to hit the like button, subscribe, we have all the different ways. We also have a link for those of you who asked, who only have credit and debit. We have that link that we can have Freak put in the chat for you guys, or I can put it in the chat for you guys. Actually, I'll just do it right now because I think I have it saved. Let's see. Okay, I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm trying to get this. Okay. That is the link for anybody who wants to donate just debit or credit. You don't have to have it is a PayPal link, but it goes to my business PayPal. So you don't have to have a PayPal to just click on it and donate. Then obviously we have these options right here, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and Revolut for those of you who are out of the country. And then the good old wish list and stuff that's in the Discord. So let's move on. Let's listen to the rest of this real quick, because I have like maybe 15 minutes before I gotta get out of here. All right, ready? Here we go.
Yes, it would be helpful to know that.
It could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay, so did the canine start at the teeth start at the top? Or wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
Excuse me, there is no puncture. There is no puncture in this one.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a 3rd-prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls. Yes?
If there's contact, yes.
Right. And so
with both jaws.
Most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag. It happens with frogs, right? There's no vernal pool in the area. It doesn't happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
Yeah. And what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
B. Tim's probably rested on his day off.
What happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top 2 canines and not anchor into anything else.
And that happens often.
And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're
Yep.
saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth,
Mhm.
if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well, odd, it would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
Based on just simply looking at them, and you've seen something before in your experience, it makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic
a
of
safe
dog
space.
bite or a canine.
The safe
There's nothing
space
about
and
this that is
what I want it to be.
particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific.
I mean,
This
she's
pattern
very
here,
well past her
can I
pattern.
just
The
clarify
whole,
it?
the whole configuration,
Okay.
the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's
but you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
The
We'll go
lady
through all of them, then we can talk
retired
about
like
all of them
30
in
years
context
ago.
together.
Like, she's
I know what you said at the
well
last
past
one.
knowing
We're
what the
gonna
hell
talk
she's
about
talking
these.
about for sure.
There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those 2
Right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that's just dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions can stay
no,
there. They're
Iris.
different.
All channels are not
There's a
monetized.
Objection, Your Honor.
There are many costs
Shouting
associated.
objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do?
when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr.
I'm back?
Brennan,
Hold
wait
on,
until she finishes her
frozen.
answer before your next question.
Maybe 30 years ago, but definitely not now for sure. Let me just answer this question real quick, guys, for Iris. No, not all channels are. Miss Mandy has one, so she could probably tell you too. No, not all channels are monetized. That's not how it works. I was monetized at one point, and then it was paused due to false reports, and I had to wait 6 months to reapply. So I am in the phase of waiting for YouTube to give back my monetization. So no, not all channels are monetized. So I do not get paid with views or for ads or for memberships or anything like that. And there are a lot of costs associated with streaming a show. It's not free to stream a show if you're doing it the right way. What you're watching me on right now, I'm not using YouTube to stream. I'm streaming on 2 platforms. I'm using StreamYard, which is itself the one of the costs, $50 a month. Like there are like how are you going to do a show with no camera? How are you going to do a show with no screen? How are you going to do a show with no lights, without a microphone? Do you know how much electricity that uses up alone? Then you have to pay for court paperwork if you want it, right? You got to pay for the back and forth to get there. You got to pay for other software to be able to make your thumbnails, which I pay for. 2 separate ones, as a matter of fact, because you can't just put anything there. YouTube will say it's the same content over and over. So you have to make your thumbnails or YouTube will strike you for that. You can't, there is so many different things associated with just running a channel in general. Like it's not free. You know what I'm saying? Like you first, you got to cover all those costs. And no, not every channel is monetized. You don't see an option if you're on YouTube to click a button and send a super chat or a super sticker, then that channel's not monetized. Not all channels are monetized. You have to have a certain amount of watch hours of people who have watched for like certain amount of hours. Allie, email me. The only problem with that is, of course, you have to have money to invest, right? Like, I got to do that first. Like, but yeah, I would definitely, hey, listen, I've looked into stocks and stuff. I'm always willing to learn. Always. I like learning new stuff. That's for sure. But yeah, no, if you don't see that button where you can send like a super chat or a super sticker or buy a membership on that channel, then it's not monetized. Not every, you have to have a certain amount of watch hours, a certain amount of engagement before you can even ask to be monetized. And it's a ridiculous amount of hours to actually like get monetized. It's like a something 100 hours of people watching. That means like if you watch for 5 minutes, that 5 minutes counts. But if you only watched for 5 minutes, like someone else would have to watch. Yeah, you have to pay for the software. Like it's crazy the amount of stuff you have to pay for just to run a channel in general. Like it isn't free. You know what I'm saying? Like it isn't free. Right, back to this. Sorry, it is hard, and I'm holding on by a thread. Like. Yeah, no, definitely not some giant cover up. That's yeah. Isn't that funny? Like if you read that comment you made, wait a minute, y'all think Karen did this and it isn't a cover up frame job that heavily involves family and really close empowered law enforcement? It would also have to involve all the firefighters and EMTs and yeah, no, Occam's razor. It's definitely, you expect 3 people to keep a secret for a month, but you're telling me that 50 or 100 kept a secret for 4 years? Yeah, Ogie. Okay, sure thing. Sure thing. Definitely not something we believe. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, my daughter's friends here. I want to make sure that my husband grabbed her from her mom so they can play. Let me see what's happening here.
Depending on the position of the victim.
I
That'd be a
don't think
different
this,
type
I
of
don't
wound
believe
than
this
this?
is, I don't, this is not caused by a car.
So
believe
what
so.
evidence
It's not
do you
caused
have
by a car.
that the victim was defending himself?
Okay, lady.
Caused the shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs, the
Okay.
neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question. What identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis? What evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to,
And,
but
if I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
There's nothing that you know of in any dog science that canines, when they bite, they open or close or get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right, that dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes,
And you don't know if they're healthy teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
correct.
Okay. And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive
Could
puncture.
be undercarriage
See,
scratches,
Puncture,
or it could be
puncture
the
is not definitive.
piece of metal that was hanging out of the taillight, piece of the taillight,
Very
the glass.
lower aspect of
Could
the
be
photo. This
multitude
area
of
is not
things.
well-defined.
Could be the mulch.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out, as we just spoke about, because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And
That's
if it's going
speaking
this
as,
way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, not does it not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog arc is
So-
not going to change
so we-
depending on the position. of the
Right.
victim.
So he
No.
put his arm
The
like
dog-
this. I'm confused.
Canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right, but if he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound
Well,
can have a
here's
different
Dr. Russell.
appearance.
Welcome,
than what you
Dr.
would
Russell.
expect.
Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these two
Exactly.
linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom.
Might feel
You
small, but
testified
it's just
about
because people are
This wound number
quiet.
2, although
I
you
get a
didn't
lot of messages
characterize it as
privately.
wound number 2.
People who just
right?
don't want to say anything because they don't want to be
Yes.
attacked. And I get it. I totally
When you
get it.
first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said
Claws.
bites or scratches.
Teeth
Like
or
four
claws,
scratches.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
David,
Now
you
at
didn't
trial,
say-
did you change your opinion at all about teeth or
Did.
scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you
I'm
think
not
you said at
sure.
trial that this was not scratches, but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay.
I may.
And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively, you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They
Okay.
still could be scratches. There's a possibility that two adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches?
Or
I mean, this
both.
Could be
It's both.
nails,
Like,
scratches, or could be teeth?
yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
Contain yourself, sir.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it?
Nope.
I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On.
Well, that's good, Dr.
I'm sorry,
Russell.
the last hearing date is the thickest of the three. Yes, it's page 101, line 13. May I approach and help you on that?
Yes.
It's the thick one.
It could. There was a piece of metal sticking out of the taillight housing.
Okay.
No, her family is wealthy. They are wealthy.
No, that's
Yes.
the wrong site, so we're gonna.
John's shirt was swabbed at every single hole. There was no dog DNA. None.
At that
Zero.
hearing,
Not a dog hair,
when you
not
last
dog
testified,
DNA, nothing.
Did you say that teeth made those marks? You are unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay,
His
so
opening was great.
your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing.
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set.
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between
Dog was in the house. So how'd the dog find it?
between teeth and claw marks. However, it's in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back
Aliens.
to wound number 2.
We call aliens.
When you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mhm.
Dog dentition is different than
Indents.
toenail marks.
Or paw
Yeah.
marks.
They
Yeah.
let her out
So
back.
your
Yes, everything was
testimony-
fenced in.
That you offered the jury in this case was different regards to wound 2.
Got to get over the
than
gate somehow.
testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it
Right.
was claw marks or teeth.
There is.
You said
From
at the
last
last
trial,
hearing, this
there is.
was
I covered the last trial too.
dentition, teeth. So
They talk about it
the
in this
opinion
too.
has now changed.
There's no dog DNA.
I think for the most, well, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
I don't think so. I think your opinion has
They
changed.
haven't gotten to that part in
You
this
said
trial
this
yet, but in the
was-
first one they did.
Either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't
No dog
sure.
DNA.
There was uncertainty at trial.
Uh-huh.
At the
Proctor,
Lanigan
I feel like,
hearing,
has always
when
been
you
the fall
asked Mr.
guy.
Alisi, he asked
For
you
sure.
specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently
Okay.
without the commentary.
There is actually one that has
You're
like little
saying
divots
now
on it that
this is
match
not
exactly
straight, claw
John's
marks
one of
or
John's
toenail
injuries.
marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Now,
Yes,
would
yes,
you agree that is
exactly.
different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
Can
So
look up
you've gone
somebody's
back and forth
about
with it a
net
little
worth.
bit.
Yes.
It's not a definite, it's not in and of itself, that set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well,
What Maestro said.
you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because
I've gotten
the
confused.
jury
In my
told
opinion,
me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
yes, he
And
remains
because you have no
respectful,
comparative
but for him when he
standard, you
needs
don't
to.
have a
Gets to
standard
the
industry
point.
where you can
Gets
look at
out.
this and say it has
It's good
6
lawyering.
points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Probably is in debt.
Well,
now.
no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there.
Where?
And
Nobody
that
else sees
made
any
me
punctures,
think
by
that
the
it
way.
was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate,
No,
yeah.
you never got the
The ME
benefit of
does
seeing Miss
no
Brooke,
punctures.
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish? Light
Freckles.
skin,
Makes sense with that
Yeah.
name.
freckles, moles. Look at
Knitting
these.
sweaters,
All
watching,
over his body.
you know,
Look at the dog
Matlock.
is puncturing up all over
What she
here.
needs to
Did
go
you?
do. Mayo
No.
Sangi
Right. So
and
these
an
are
app.
the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh, you're a
Okay.
doctor?
You're a doctor.
Do you
Excuse me?
think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds,
Our freckles.
you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks
Oh,
on
honey,
his
but she
skin,
did.
like freckles?
Did you know that
or
before she ever,
moles?
let me just stop this for a second, before she ever raised a single penny, that she had already paid her for Yannetti and Jackson in the first trial before she ever started raising money for anything? They were already paid. Somebody at her work had helped out with a big sum of money. And then she sold her home. And now her attorneys work for free, yet they're still raising money far beyond anything you could need to pay experts for. She's eating at places that are higher than what she used to eat at. She's staying at a hotel for months and months and months and spend over $100 grand staying at a seaport hotel in Boston when she could have stayed at a hotel in Dedham or just her parents' house in general. She might be broke now, but I don't think her parents are. They're a wealthy family. Her dad was a dean for a very, very long time at a college. And she worked in finances. She worked for Fidelity. So she had a lot of money to begin with. She wasn't broke to begin with. So if she got a loan or she got gifted a very large sum of money to pay for her attorneys before she ever started raising any money. And then she also sold her house with her attorneys on it to pay for it. And now they're working for free. Where did the $1 million go? Or a little bit more than $1 million. She sold her house, but her attorneys were already paid. So why sell your house? She's not, you know what I'm saying? Like if your attorneys are paid and then you're selling your house and having the attorneys on it, but they're working for free in this trial, they've been paid 3 times over then. So what's the rest of the money for? The $1 million or so that have been raised. What's it for? It can't just be for experts because that's well beyond experts. She spent over $100,000 staying in a seaport hotel. If you're broke, right, and you're in debt, you certainly don't spend over $100 grand on a seaport hotel when you could just stay with your parents or stay at a cheaper hotel. There would be no reason for that. You wouldn't hire a livery service and pay while your attorneys are being paid. You're also paying for their meals and their accommodations. I've never seen anything like that before. Broke people certainly don't do that. So she definitely can't be broke. That's for sure. Yeah, it was 200 and 250. So 450,000. And they were paid before she ever started raising any money. But she had the money to spend over $100 grand in a hotel and keep paying for her attorney's meals. Cause that's like a thing she does is pay for the attorney's meals. What? A broke person don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they're all working pro bono. They claim right now. So that's my point. Where's the $1 million gone? If they're all working pro bono now for the second trial, they were already the first attorneys from the first trial were already paid. Okay. Before she raised money. And she put them on the house so that they got more money. So they got paid and then some. But she still pays for their meals. She spent over $100K on staying in a seaport hotel. That still doesn't add up to $1 million she raised, even if you pay all the experts and stay in a hotel. So where's the rest of the money gone if they're working pro bono now? Where's it going? Your guess is as good as mine. If they got money from that documentary, that's good. You know what I'm saying? Like, they are not broke. They raised over $1 million. Remember, she also gets money that goes directly to her Venmo and Cash App at $5,000 at a time because that's the limit from the fundraisers that the Roccos run. Outside of the money that she raised that you can see the amount of. It's over $1 million at this point. We don't know how much over $1 million, but over. So if her attorneys were already paid before she started I'm confused. Where is the money gone? Your guess is as good as mine is. That's for sure.
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Okay, so to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top two that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would
You're
you say it
saying-
again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not
Mhm.
sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these two are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions, I believe, are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pull. The puncture starts at the pull and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as the reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't a
That is
skin, these are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites.
No.
If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were.
Then maybe
puncture
where's that
wounds.
part of the
They're
house went to? Back to the friend.
lesions.
Okay. And
They're
so
different.
the punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull,
And the
to create a laceration and pull.
and a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is, a punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth?
It's part of the pattern,
That's all
Of
she
this whole
says.
pattern?
of this whole pattern.
It's
But
just a
like rule
pattern.
Number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, I cannot say by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That
And this-
lesion by
and-
itself.
And you, there's nothing about these scratches.
All right,
that are
Dr. Russell,
consistent
I'll
with
buy you a
the
meatball sub with what I
horseshoe
make from today. But geez, I
shape of a
mean,
nail of a dog, is there?
I made $50, so I don't know how big of a meatball sub it's going to be.
Of the jaw?
No, the
Of a
dog's nail, the dog's nail,
Just saying. Sorry, Dr. Russell.
paw nail,
Jeez.
toenail,
toenail.
yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical, not look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, with in medicine, you don't
We're
just
telling
look at
him,
one
Like he doesn't know.
complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually
I agree,
need
Susie.
several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific with regards to these three scratches in and of themselves without looking at the entire
Thank you, Jesse.
arm. There's nothing about these three that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. I
Okay.
think
Disagrees,
the
okay.
combination of the punctate lesions right there and there,
Mhm.
along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these three scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches. So is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow just after what's been called 2.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask.
I need to just for 1 second pause this and ask if Kristen feels good about posting people's addresses. Tim Albert has nothing to do with anything. Tim Albert's wife is a very close friend of mine. There is no reason to be posting her address online and claiming that people need to dig up her pool that was redone because, yeah, Chloe's in the pool. Didn't we have the sewer turtle claim that the phones are in the pool? What? They live across the street from the police station. Like, are you all right? Like, is this like normal conspiracy pool? That's where y'all want to go? Chloe is alive and well in Vermont. She's not in the pool. Okay. The pool was old, rickety, and broken, and it would cost like 30 grand to fix it. It was easier to just fill it in. It's really that simple. There's nothing complicated about it. But I'm going to tell you this much. When you come for people that I love and I care about, then you're coming for me. And I will not tolerate it. Tim Albert has nothing to do with anything. Okay, number one. Number two, his elderly parents have nothing to do with anything. And there's nothing in his pool, you idiots. Aside from grass and dirt. Grass and dirt. That's what's there. Grass and dirt. Mind-blowing, I know. There's no conspiracy with the pool. You wouldn't like if somebody posted your address so a bunch of lunatics showed up. Why are you posting someone else's? Someone you've never met. That you don't know. Tim is the brother of Chris and Brian and Kevin. He has nothing to do with anything. Absolutely nothing. Yet here we are, people posting their address. What is wrong with you? How would you like it if somebody posted your address, accused you of some crazy cockamamie nonsense that doesn't exist, and then a mob of serial harassers decided they were going to come to your house or send you letters? Would you just love that? Would that be awesome? Do you people think about the things that you do before you hurt people? Just wondering, asking for a friend. Because I don't think you'd appreciate it if people did that to you. Just saying. Onward with the clown show.
Again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these three, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first 2. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. You see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions. And what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but
Okay.
again, any one little tiny part of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognize that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury, that unique opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? I'm gonna.
That is
I get it,
unfair.
Susie.
That's
because people shouldn't
incorrect.
know who
It
he is.
wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking
I get
about
it.
dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
There's nothing to do with anything.
That is incorrect.
Okay.
It's a good
So
people.
looking
that
at
wanna
these
harass.
wounds, wound
Good
number
people.
3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions. Okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay,
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have it there.
Okay. We'll have to get
I
to it.
believe that the theory is either the ground or the berm, which is like a curb, which is right there. It was 18 degrees out and that ground was
Yes.
frozen. And where he ended up was half in a mulch bed and half on the ground.
Yes, it's 48, line 13.
Exactly. But it was consistent with being
What page?
by the side of a car and
That
hitting your
one's
head.
not right either.
That's exactly what she said.
No.
She didn't watch the first trial, so we have to give her the information, guys.
Okay. Well, let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously that these are
Deb is right
consistent
here.
with teeth or claw marks?
Did I testify when?
Previously.
Possibly, yes.
I agree. I
Okay.
think she doesn't.
And do you have a
know,
different opinion
must have
today
just
whether
started
these
following.
are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks,
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
all of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Push it.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and
Christina sends a $2 donation. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. I've been keeping an eye on them, guys, to make sure that I say thank you. If anybody else wants to donate, we got about 5 more minutes before I got to go. I'm going to try to skip to the good part where she says she's the smartest ever. If you want to donate to the channel, you can do so these ways: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, and then we have a PayPal link. You don't have to have PayPal. You can use just credit or debit to donate. Super, super helpful. All right, let me see if I can skip to the part where she says she's like a genius. Hold on.
and this is a canine on 1 and 5. Where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be two, this also could be 2 separate bites, but if these are canines, they usually would start on the, based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was a arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction? If
Yeah, they
the
would
arc
be.
of the mouth.
They would be
No, I
going.
don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that
This lady just talks.
presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's
How do you know that?
relative
Objection, Your Honor.
Upside down.
How
Right.
do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do
They
you
don't-
know what he was doing?
because it's normal human behavior that if you're,
Oh,
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that
you
night?
don't, obviously.
again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea
No,
what he was doing,
she doesn't.
do you?
I'm just being,
Objection, Your Honor.
She doesn't. What are you objecting to?
Can you answer that question, Doctor?
Do you know?
basing it on normal human behavior.
That's not what he asked. He asked,
And so,
did she
you
know
would
what he was
disagree
doing?
with
Of
me
course she
that if
couldn't
these
have,
were
right?
dog bites,
Like,
the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's
Okay.
incorrect.
And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the
I don't want to
canines?
butcher your name, Donna.
Again, there's no
Donna,
ruler, but the
Donna?
other thing is we don't know
Welcome.
what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So,
Exactly.
so it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, into canine distance.
Even Karen's like,
That's
what
what you're
the?
referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between
What?
the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number one? Where you
Correct.
said that it was two canines that caused these linear abrasions.
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of
This lady's
wound collection number
nuts.
one. There's no elbow up here.
Donna. Okay, just making sure. I don't want to
And
butcher it.
again,
I don't want
do
to
you
butcher it.
notice the difference between these two is wider than the difference between wound number one when you said it was two canines.
You mean these this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound one on wound three, number one, number five, where you said these could be canines. You notice the distance.
So those
is
can't
different
obviously,
than
be,
the distance where you
right?
claim
Right here.
that wound one was caused by two canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? That's I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well,
Is that a new one?
no,
Right?
that's
Okay.
well known in medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math.
Come on, lady.
size. The distance between
Maybe in the maybe in the
these two
90s.
wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number one, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these two wounds that are closer to one another.
Right.
Than they
So
appear
that's a
here
new
because
one.
the arm is partially extended here.
She can't even
And
say
still
with
moves.
medical certainty.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe this is not a
Only
full
learn
bite.
by
There's
asking
no
questions, Susie. I try to answer as many as I
significant
can.
penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
I also saw somebody was just
Did
asking,
you say at
asking some
trial,
questions.
at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that
We got to
again
give
have
them the
linear
answers,
abrasions?
guys. The correct ones, you know?
Up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, What teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the
She doesn't know if
canines?
they're
Could
teeth
be a canine, could be incisors.
or bites.
There we go.
Sorry, I'm trying to watch you guys in this.
And so your
I got two
opinion of
things
trial
going on.
is
Screen
these
here,
four
screen
could
here.
all be canines.
Which four?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have
Separate bites. So the dog
canine,
bit, let go and bit again.
puncture wound, punctate lesion from the upper
Emmy says there's no puncture wounds, by the way.
canines, lower canines, and then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this.
But you 100%
configuration.
say
And
it's
you have
dog
nothing to
bites.
compare it to either.
Here we go. Here we go.
No.
Compare
Do
it
you see the
to.
distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due
distance.
respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. We could not make a
Right. She said it was
generalization.
scratches.
I'm
Is
going
it
to ask you
bites?
one more time. You don't have to
Scratches?
answer. Do you
Both?
see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to.
He's asked her the question. She won't answer it.
Can you answer that question, please, doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand.
But what,
the
lady?
difference.
You see the difference, but what?
If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or a claw.
Not 100%, correct.
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Believes they're canines, but doesn't have any
Did
idea.
you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries? And you said,
So basically, she says they're claw marks or teeth marks. She doesn't know, right? Skipping on a little further so we can finish this part up here. Oh my God, they sit in a sidebar for like minutes. This is crazy.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
that's
head.
not my question. My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what the gape of.
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Right? So like
Yes, from a model.
the abominable snowman.
Or an imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold,
Right, a mold.
Graves
or
says
you could take a
the
tape measure or a
snowman
ruler.
was
and
with
you could
him,
measure.
so-
You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
so.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had 1 incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
Uh-huh. You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
You could look at Chloe's
Which
paws.
she said
couldn't
she
you?
won't.
Yes.
You
She
could do
won't look
moldings
at
of
it.
those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that would be useful.
Well, if
Measuring
you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular
course.
basis, and the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail.
right?
for instance, yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures or measure the teeth of Chloe?
No,
Did you ask to?
no. It was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that I was going to allow it? Did you know that, Doctor?
Boom.
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know, I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of the various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage, there's various factors.
Chloe, it's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
Just
In
by
the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more
From before.
information good?
Generally,
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe.
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lessie, go right ahead.
Do we miss the part where she said she's the smartest person ever? Or is that the other day? I don't know. There's a part where she says like she's like the smartest person ever. This was like a sidebar that lasted forever. Or it might have been at the end.
Than anybody in the country.
Oh, here it is.
I'm-
She says she's smarter than everybody in the country.
That, whatever opinions you're giving, did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed
You
the
mean in
findings?
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential, and I didn't share this
Okay.
information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds at 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
no, I did not get that, but
Did you say you did get that?
no, I did not get that.
Oh,
However, I have a comment about that.
Go ahead.
Please.
Not very medical exam, not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on
Wow.
based on what they know, they don't have my experience. I'm
Do you
sorry.
know if Mr. Walsh has your experience or not?
I don't know who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government, do you know if he had your experience or
What's
not?
his name?
Mr. Walsh,
No,
John Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more
Very
experience for all
seasoned.
you know.
Oh, I'm highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. Who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that
Exactly.
a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all. You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. I'm sorry.
Doesn't
You have no peer
matter.
review. You have no peer endorsement.
Shut up,
Anything
lady.
that
It doesn't matter.
You have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
When you're giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
Right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
No.
And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous.
Oh, would it?
They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine.
Based on your assumptions.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog, and then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right? Yes? You've read that in the literature. The best way to I'm sorry. You've read in the literature the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines, and you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then they approach for several minutes, and then we see what we saw after. All right. So I know I am like, I'm pushing it on the time here. I'm pushing it for you guys. I am pushing it on the time. So that's basically it for the voir dire, most of it at least, with Dr. Russell. This is what we will see when it comes to her, Richard Green, and Arca, when they are inevitably put, Garrett Wing, inevitably put on the stand in the defense as part of this trial. They are not going to look good. This is going to be very, very bad for the defense. I don't know why they would ever put her or Green back on that stand, knowing how bad this went. They know that testifying is going to be 10 times worse. So why they did this, I will never know why they want to call her back after this. I don't know. I have no freaking idea. But when Dr. Ruskwatch, dubbed by Sunken Grave, Dr. Ruskwatch, gets back up there, you know, inevitably Hank is going to hammer in the fact that she has no idea whether it's dog bites or scratches. She has no reason or scientific way to prove anything. And multiple other doctors have testified there's no puncture wounds there to what she's calling punctate, right? Like, and I agree with both of you, Red Razor and Jack. They don't have anyone else. There is nothing else. No other doctor on planet Earth would testify to those being dog bites. You know what I'm saying? None. Zero. This is all they got. But even if this is all they got, I leave it as a thought in the jury's mind. I don't bring this lady up. This is bad news. If you are a defense attorney, there is zero chance I would ever bring this lady up to destroy any reasonable doubt I may have put in the jury's minds. It's bad lawyering. Bad freaking lawyering. Like, I would not do it. Like, exactly. She's clearly nervous with the actual evidence, has to insert these little comments into everyone, which I bet that they'll have a talk with her before she testifies to tell her that she needs to just answer the question, or they're going to treat her as a hostile witness, and that's not going to go well for her. You know what I mean? Yep. That's when they started questioning teeth and was the Bundy trial and how scientific it actually was, which they attended it to being junk science in the end, right? Like, there was no one else. It's very clear that there was no one else and would be no one else that would testify to this ridiculous cockamamie nonsense. Very clear to me. And most anybody else with critical thinking skills, it'd be very clear that you would not call someone like this. This would be ineffective counsel if she didn't already sign a waiver for that. This is atrocious. I would leave the doubt in the jury's minds and not call this lady. There's no chance. I would just leave the doubt there. Let them think about it. But this is going to destroy any credibility they think they had with any sort of theory of dog bites completely. She can't answer any questions. She's elusive. And when she does answer them, she makes the opposite of what an expert would actually say. An expert themselves would say more information is always good. Knowing things is always good. You don't know 9/10 of the evidence. No, there's court tomorrow, or there should be. It's next Monday that there isn't court. Ew, I can't. Ew, I can't even. And with those people, it's like they thrive in the fakeness of all the fake evidence, you know, like the conspiracies that they make up. I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to go enjoy the rest of my day with the kiddos. I'm going to make something on my new grill. I'm going to try to chill in my conspiracy chairs. I'm going to take pictures for you guys of my conspiracy chairs so I can show you. They look super inviting. I am ready to try my conspiracy chairs. If you want to donate to the channel, I would very much appreciate it. We are hanging on by a thread here. I don't want to cut any days off of this, but we are literally hanging on by our friggin' fingers. You can do so. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have a link for anybody who wants to do just credit or debit. And we also have a link for Apple Pay. I love you guys. I love your faces. I will see you guys at 8:30 tomorrow morning per usual. Okay. So we can talk about any of the things that happened during the weekend, catch up on some stuff right before court starts, and then we will do our thing as we normally do. If you donate when I am not live anymore, I will just read it in the morning, of course, as I always do. Love you guys. I'll catch you guys in the Discord in a little bit. I'm going to send pictures of my conspiracy chair in the Discord. So if you haven't joined our Discord, join our Discord, and I will see you all in the morning. I love your stinking faces. Bye, everybody.